Not too sure how fast I can talk, but I can sure talk real quick. Can you bring down the house sound a little bit? You want to walk in or you want to be on? Okay.
I said a boom, check a boom.
Aloha nui kako. Aloha to all of you tuned in today for our Hawaii Tourism Authority 2024 Spring Tourism Update. To start this morning, as we do so many of our meetings, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Mr. Maka Casson-Fisher, to do an opening for us. Maka?
Mahalo e ilihia. Aloha kakahiaka kako. Mahalo i ke ia ako ako ana mai. He leo aloha ho i a kako i ke kakahiaka nei. Oko ai ki puno me ke aloha. Aloha e, aloha e, aloha e. Aloha kako. Mahalo e ilihia.
Mahalo nui maka. What a beautiful way to start the morning. So at this time, the Hawaii Tourism Authority is a state agency. Our role, our mandate, our kuleana is to help manage tourism, to balance its economic benefits with the well-being of our Hawaii. We are part of the state of Hawaii, and at this time, we'd like to go to the Director of the Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism, with whom we work very closely. Please welcome Mr. Jimmy Tokioka.
Thank you for allowing me to be here today to give the message from DBED. Our team has been working very hard to fulfill our mission of achieving a Hawaii economy that embraces innovation, is globally competitive, dynamic, productive, and provides opportunities for all of Hawaii's citizens. It has been 7 months since the wildfires on Maui, and the tragedy continues to impact our communities and the visitor industry. Although there has been progress from August 2023, when visitor arrivals were down by more than 57%, we hope to see continuous improvements over the upcoming months. You will be hearing from HTA and its global partners about their active recovery efforts, campaigns, and all the hard work that the HTA board and the team are busy producing each and every day. At DBED, we have been working closely with the County of Maui's Economic Development Office. In response to the wildfires, a Maui Economic Recovery Commission was formed and is led by Co-Chair Luana Mahe, Director of Maui's County Office of Economic Development, and myself. It's a collaborative effort that includes a diversity of perspectives from subject matter experts, community members, cultural advisors, union and business leaders, and representatives from government at the county, state, and federal levels. The majority of the commission members live and work on Maui or are work with teams on Maui. Together, the commission will provide guidance and recommendations for projects that will support local recovery priorities in sustaining and rebuilding businesses, employment and development of economic opportunities that align with community's vision for people and place, assisting survivors so that they can continue to call Maui home. And that is the biggest focus of this commission, is we want our people from Maui to be able to have the opportunity to live and work where they've grown up most of their lives. The nearly 90-member commission was convened for the first meeting on January 5th on Maui. Since then, the commission has been working and meeting and learning in focus groups on housing, workforce development, community interests, healing, Lele Ahapua'a, and Vai. For more information on the Maui Economic Recovery Commission, please visit mauinuistrong.info. The current forecast from DBED shows slower economic growth for 2024 as compared with last year and compared with the U.S. However, there are signs of improvement. The recovery of airlift from Japan and other international destinations is promising. We saw the passenger count from Japan increase by 84% during the first 2 months of 2024 compared to the same time last year. We are hopeful that this trend will continue for the rest of the year. To provide the necessary data and to monitor the state's economic recovery, the Maui reconstruction process, our team, research team, and DBED created a website which information will be updated on a weekly basis. The data can be accessed via DBED's website at dbed.hawai.gov. Please consider us as a resource and feel free to reach out at any time. Our job at DBED is and always will be to keep our community, our business communities, and the citizens of Hawaii informed on all of the things that DBED ties together throughout the state. We are so grateful to the hospitality industry for all that you do to contribute to Hawaii's economy and well-being. Mahalo once again to the HTA team for all their hard work in creating this opportunity where information and insights can be shared. Thank you, mahalo, and aloha.
Mahalo nui. Director Jimmy Tokioka of the Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism. And we'd also like to send a special mahalo to Governor Josh Green for his incredible leadership during these times. Now, I want to aloha all of you joining us via Zoom. I know there are many of you out there watching. Just want to remind you that if you have any questions throughout the course of today's update, please utilize the Q&A function on Zoom. Go ahead and drop your questions in there. We have a couple of panel-style Q&A sessions where we'll get to the questions we've received through the day. Now, perhaps many of you joining us on Zoom are from the island of Maui. Our special aloha goes out to you. We've been working on a few initiatives to assist in Maui's recovery. One of them is called Makokau Maui. It's about giving a platform, giving a voice to those residents who, overcoming so much, are ready to go back to work. And so before I introduce our next speaker, I'd like to play our Makokau Maui spot for you.
Makokau! Aye!
For Maui, it's a new beginning. With honor and deep respect, we're moving forward. We're planting the seeds for Maui's future. We're ready to get people back to work, ready to get our economy going again. It's our chance to start over, to envision and build an even better Maui. More resilient, more sustainable. We all have to do our part, and we'll make this happen, working together.
We're ready.
Ready.
We are ready to work.
Ready to serve. We are ready to guide you.
Ready.
Ready. We're ready. All ready.
Ready.
Ready. We are ready.
For more information, visit makokaumaui.com.
Mahalo nui. And I have a gentleman here who is very much Makokau to greet you all today. He's a giant in the visitor industry and in our community. We're so honored to have him serving as our board chair of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Please welcome Mufi Hanneman.
Aloha mai kako. It's my great pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. We have before us some unprecedented challenges, but I've always believed that every crisis presents an opportunity. And today it's all about a tourism update where we will unveil what the proactive plans are from the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Makau Maui was an opportunity to convey a message of hope, of optimism, not only because we want to see economic recovery take place on that very special island, with residents saying, in fact, that they want people to come back and experience what has made Maui so special through the years, the spirit of aloha, the warmth, the beauty of Maui. But it's also an opportunity to give a psychological boost to a community that has been suffering incredibly. And we in the state of Hawaii, especially here at the Hawaii Tourism Authority, want to be part of the solution. We want to be proactive about it. We want to support the efforts of our governor, Josh Green, of Mayor Bisson, the state legislature, the county council, all pulling together and recognizing that this is the industry that is the revenue generator in the state. So today is all about learning more about our plans to bring back travel from our base market in the United States, in Canada, our international markets, bringing more business here for our convention center. All of these things are very, very important, and we plan to be very proactive about it. I want people to think about HTA not as a Hawaii tourism afterthought, but as a Hawaii Tourism Authority that's prepared to lead the way, working collaboratively. So these plans are very, very important. Our pledge from the board to our marketing partners that we'll do whatever it takes, whether it's seeking additional funding, whether it's supporting their efforts, whether it's helping with the messaging to make sure that everyone understands now is the time to return to Hawaii. And we're also doing it in blending in the importance of destination management. It talks about regenerative tourism, keeping the best of what we've enjoyed in the past and today well into future generations, based on a community-based planning process where we're seeking the input, the manao of those of you that are viewing us today. That is going to be an ongoing process. That is our pledge on behalf of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. So we welcome you here today. We welcome your input. We welcome your suggestions. But know this, we will not stand pat. I've never been one to run away from a problem or a challenge. I really believe there's great hope and optimism, and I'm very, very pleased to work with this incredible team at the Hawaii Tourism Authority, our marketing partners, as well as all of you out there that want to make sure that Hawaii remains a great place to live, work, and raise our families. Mahalo nui, kako.
Mahalo nui, Chair Hanneman. We sincerely appreciate your leadership. So we've heard now from our leadership in the state government, from the executive branch with Director Tokioka. We've heard from the leadership of our HTA Board of Directors with Chair Hanneman. And at this time, I'd like to welcome the interim president and CEO of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. His leadership day to day provides our team with the guidance we need to go and execute those plans, execute all of those things for the benefit of the people of Hawaii. So at this time, I'd like to welcome interim president and CEO of the Hawaii Tourism Authority, Mr. Daniel Naho'opi'i.
Mahalo Ilihia. Aloha mai kako. Thank you everyone for tuning in today and joining us. From the staff here in Hawaii, as well as our worldwide team, who you'll be hearing from today, to talk about all of our initiatives and our work that we have been doing to booster the tourism economy in order to produce those revenues that will help our state out of these dire times, as well as our staff that's working diligently in the communities, working on destination management and destination stewardship. These are the kind of things that you'll be hearing today and ways in which you can participate both at your work as well as your volunteer and time in community programs and projects. I'd also like to thank today all the people that have made this possible. Thank Hawaii Governor Josh Green, our Senator Lynn DeCoit, who is the chair of the Energy, Economic Development, and Tourism Committee for the State Senate, Representative Sean Quinlan, who is the chair of the House Committee on Tourism. You've already heard from our director of DBED, Jimmy Tokioka, and our HTA board chair, Mufi Hanneman, as well as the dedicated HTA board of directors who have provided their guidance and support through all of these challenging times. We look forward to hearing more about how we can all participate, and we also look forward to your questions and comments so that we can help to develop even better plans. Thank you so much for today. Are we ready? Makauko, oya.
Mahalo nui, Daniel. Okay, everybody makauko? We're going to have a good day today. You feel it already. We're going to start with a presentation on market insights. What do the numbers look like? What have they looked like? Where do we expect them to go? And what are some of the factors that contribute to that? What does our airlift outlook look like? We have two of the smartest people who we're so thankful to count as our colleagues. From the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism's Research Division, the Director of Tourism Research, Jennifer Chun. And we also have from Hawaii Tourism Global Support Services, Mr. Jeffrey Esslinger. And so let's turn it over to Jen, and let's hear about some market insights.
Aloha, everyone in Zoom land. So you know I like to give you a lot of slides in a short amount of time. And this year, bonus in the uploaded material, there's going to be even more slides. So sit back and enjoy the presentation because you will get copies of all of this. So let's take a look at what's happening globally around. So on a global basis, tourism arrivals, which is going to be the dark blue line for 2023, is still not at the level of 2019, which is the light blue line there. And the distribution around the world is not even as we've seen in the past. So the only place with increased arrivals for 2023 is the Middle East. So we still have a lot of lag in the Asia Pacific area. When we looked at that panel that I've been following for the last few presentations, everybody's pretty much optimistic. 2023 was better than the previous year, and they think 2024 is going to be even better. So that global optimism is great to see. But there are still headwinds. So what are the big factors that are impacting global recovery of international tourism? Well, economic environment continues to be an issue. So as things like staff shortages, airport congestion that we've seen in the past. But surprisingly, COVID-related issues have popped up again. In fact, it's a 10 percentage point increase over last year for COVID-related issues. So that's coming back. So looking at international arrivals for the U.S., again, the light blue line that you see at the top, that's 2019. Darker blue line right below it, that's 2023. We see that continues to have increases over the previous years in 2022 and 2021, but still not anywhere near what we saw in 2019 pre-pandemic. So how does Hawaii look? So as you all know, we had great years of tourism increases for both spending and arrivals and jobs going up into the pandemic, but you can see that we have been seeing increases in visitor spending and arrivals since 2019. But the visitor mix continues to be really different than what we saw pre-pandemic. So in 2019, we saw a huge portion of our arrivals be from Japan and Canada and other international markets. But in 2023, the majority continue to be the U.S. domestic market, particularly U.S. West, with over half of the visitor arrivals, and the U.S. East, which is another quarter of the visitor arrivals. And the spending is also equally uneven. And one of the things that we did see for 2023 visitor arrivals is that Japan actually had more visitor arrivals than Canada. But when we look at the spending mix, Canada is actually a greater percentage of overall expenditures than Japan. And why is that? when you look at the daily spending, Japan is very similar to what it was pre-pandemic, and Canada was significantly higher than what it was pre-pandemic. However, when you start looking at that average length of stay, Japan still is like at 6.5 days, where Canada is closer to 12 days, and that is really impacting the visitor spending mix. Looking at spending by category, we had a higher spending per person per day in 2023 than we did in 2022 or even 2019. The majority of that spending continues to be lodging, as we've seen in other presentations. And the tourism impacts across the state, we have had fewer people on the average daily census within the state, but they are spending more per person per day. So all told, that they're spending $85.2 million per day compared to $48.4 million per day. So looking at global travel, so total outbound departures, you can see in 2019, the increase where we have in 2024, it's not going to get to that level for total outbound until end of 2024 or 2025. And looking closer in to Hawaii, where do we see for the next 6 months? So looking at the air ticket booking trends for all markets, we see that we are still lagging pre-pandemic levels. So the green is the pre-pandemic and the blue is the current period. And while the outlook gets a little bit closer into the summer, it's still lagging overall. But this trend is not even. So looking at the United States, we see it a little bit closer in going towards the summer compared to the overall ticket trends. And the intent to travel to any Hawaiian island, we have this, it's on our website, it's updated every week. So this is looking at people who are actually intending to purchase and travel to Hawaii. So it's been hovering at that 15% of total U.S. population. So that's not bad as far as looking for the future for Hawaii. Looking also at that same survey, we asked people, what leisure trip did you take in the last 12 months? And so we have it broken down by the different traveler types. We have the U.S. avid traveler and the U.S. average traveler with the 100,000 mark for income, 150,000, the U.S. long distance traveler, and the NAT rep, which is the average U.S. person, whether they've identified themselves as a traveler or not. And as you can see, that average traveler, a lot of them have visited the state within the last 12 months. And asking where they're going to take their next leisure trip. A lot of them also said that they're coming to Hawaii. It looks like the island of Hawaii is very popular, and so is the island of Maui. This doesn't say when they're coming, but that they are intent to come. And looking at the segmentation for the different markets, you can take a look and see where the different average travelers are, and you can enjoy that at your leisure. So, importance of travel factors. We also asked this, and this is in the profiles, and for the U.S. market, it is updated monthly. So we see that things like value for the money continues to be important, and we see that also in our visitor satisfaction and activity survey. Accessibility, natural attractions, family-friendly locations, these are all very important. But if you see who is it most important to, it's most important to that U.S. average traveler that's affluent, in that 150,000 or more household income. So that is going into where our Hawaii market is. Looking at Japan outbound, Japan is slower to recover than the U.S. market or the world in general, but they are going to be back to pre-pandemic outbound in 2026, according to our friends at Oxford Economics. And the outlook for the next 6 months for Japan, we see that they continue to lag behind pre-pandemic levels. So again, green pre-pandemic, blue current levels. So here we have the Japan lag behind pre-pandemic levels. So again, green pre-pandemic, blue current levels. Aloha, everyone in Zoom land. So you know I like to give you a lot of slides. Important to Korean travelers. Value for money is not as important, surprisingly, for those avid travelers, but things like family-friendly locations and natural attractions, those are all very important to the Korean travelers. Looking at Australia, Australia is forecasted to hit outbound similar to pre-pandemic in 2024, and for Hawaii in particular, they are severely lacking compared to pre-pandemic booking trends. So their air booking is at a much slower pace than it was pre-pandemic. Looking at I did expect that traveler, the idea about nightlife or sustainable principles don't resonate as strongly with them. Looking at total outbound for Canada now. So if you look at the Canadian outbound, they were really climbing up until the 2018 point, but then they were already declining in 2019 because of other factors happening in Canada. So when we look at where 2019 outbound is, they've already pretty much recovered from the pre-pandemic levels. So looking at that 6-month outlook for Canada, we do see that they're a little bit closer in the summer, but continue to lag that pre-pandemic levels. The Canadian intent to travel, again, we see a lot of volatility from week to week, but pretty much in that 10% range of total Canadians are thinking about traveling to Hawaii. Looking at the past leisure trips, we see that a lot of Canadians said that they had gone to the state of Hawaii. I did expect that it would be higher for Maui since it is the 11th province for Canada, but it does look like a lot of Canadians in our target markets have gone to Oahu also. Looking at the next leisure trip, we do see high interest in Oahu and also for Maui. For the importance of travel factors, again, the Canadians across the board are looking for that value for money and not so much for that entertainment or nightlife. Looking at Korea, in 2019, again, we saw that growing total outbound for Korea, and for total outbound, they should be recovering about 2025. And our outlook for Korea is actually the rosiest among all of us. Compared to pre-pandemic, we see that going into the spring and summer, that the air booking trends are much closer to pre-pandemic. And actually in the summer in July, we are seeing they're ahead of pace for air ticket bookings. The Korea intent to travel, again, we see a lot of volatility from week to week, but it's still hovering in that 15% range of all outbound travelers. So looking at where did the Koreans visit in the last 12 months, a lot of them did visit Hawaii Island, specifically that average traveler that's affluent. And looking at that next destination they're going to, again, strong interest in island of Hawaii, and also from the other avid traveler that's slightly less affluent. Looking at what's important to Korean travelers, value for money is not as important, surprisingly, for those avid travelers, but things like family-friendly locations and natural attractions, those are all very important to the Korean travelers. Looking at Australia, Australia is forecasted to hit outbound similar to pre-pandemic in 2024, and for Hawaii in particular, they are severely lacking compared to pre-pandemic booking trends. So their air booking is at a much slower pace than it was pre-pandemic. Looking at their intent to travel, that is a lower intent to travel. We do see some of that volatility, but it's at a lower scale. So we're looking more at the 7% range for Australians intending to travel to any Hawaiian island. Looking at their past leisure trips, a lot of them visited Kauai and Oahu, especially that family traveler, which is that dark blue line. And for their next trip, a lot of them are planning to go to Hawaii Island and Oahu. For Australians, that value for money continues to be important for the couples traveler and the overall market. But interestingly, the older avid traveler, that value is not as important. They're looking more at comfort and accessibility, natural attractions. So, you know, there are different motivating factors across the markets. For our friends in New Zealand, they are going to hit total outbound trend from pre-pandemic somewhere in 2026, 2027, and they are significantly behind the pace from pre-pandemic for air travel bookings. China is also relatively slow to recover, but they look like total outbound for China is going to hit pre-pandemic levels in 2026, and that outbound the air ticket outlook for China, it continues to be very lagging. We have really small double-digit numbers going into the summer for China market. Now, this is looking just at the Europe MMA, just the countries that consist of them, and we are looking for total outbound, and they were going to be recovering by 2024. Now, this is not necessarily all long-haul travel. This is just complete outbound departures. So they might be going to other European countries that are closer in. But that being said, there are people who are already booking for Hawaii, and so going into the summer, this is what we're looking at. It is lagging again pre-pandemic, but they are there on the books. Looking at the overall DBED tourism forecast, which is actually released this morning, March 6th. So we are looking again at that overall trend where the number of arrivals is not going to match pre-pandemic levels. It's not expected to get there until after 2026. However, we've already exceeded spending from pre-pandemic. And this is a slide I always like to end with. This is visitor arrivals to Hawaii in my lifetime and all the different shocks. And the thing that you should take away with is that Hawaii's tourism industry is resilient, and we've had a lot going on, but we keep coming back. So I'm very optimistic for tourism for the future. And with that, I'm going to now turn it over to Jeffrey, who will talk about air service.
Aloha, everybody. I went here to talk about air service and its impact on Hawaii. I just want to mahalo Jen and for giving us the great oversight in terms of what's going on in the market. And now I'm going to focus on air. U.S. international sales continue to outpace domestic sales. International outbound, that meaning from Japan or from Korea or from Australia, New Zealand, those markets continue to focus on closer in destinations and not such long haul. Airlines have faced inflationary pressures across several categories. For example, labor, fuel, maintenance, airport rent, and landing fees, just to name a few. In terms of recovery from the pandemic, the Asia-Pacific totals are expected to fully recover to 2019 levels by the end of 2024. North America, which includes Canada, Mexico, and the United States, are now fully recovered at the end of 2023. And the U.S. dollar is also expected to hold its strength or strengthen further versus most other currencies as we go into 2024. If you look at passenger travel forecast by region, you can see the dotted line here that represents 2019 as the benchmark. The markets that we really are focused on is Asia Pacific, as you can see, in 2023, which is pink, was not quite up to 2019 levels. But very quickly in 2024 and 2025, the Asia Pacific market is expected to recover fully and that post-pandemic levels. And if you look at going further across to North America market, you can see in 2023 we reached where we were at 2019. However, the growth for the North American market will be a little bit more muted and not as aggressive as it is for the Asia Pacific. Now, in terms of overall demand, you can see this from the left starts with Q1 of 2018 all the way to Q3 of 2023. This is just showing the demand by international and domestic. The domestic numbers are the dark blue, and the royal blue is the internationals. If you move all the way to the right, you can see that both the domestic is keeping the market stable, whereas the international market continues to grow, as you can see from all the periods since the pandemic. In addition, what's happening, all of this is resulting in higher airfares across the board. However, if you look at the airfares adjusted for inflation, it still remains well below historic levels. As you can see, in 2001, it was $164 for the average one-way domestic gross fare, and into 2023 is $223. And then also fuel prices. The volatility of the fuel has had significant impacts on the global aviation industry. However, they have continued to come down from their post-pandemic highs in June of 2022 at $4.12, now down in December to $2.39. But even as recently as August, it was up to $3. So we can see it keeps coming up and down. That also has impacts on airlines' operations and profitability. And getting into the profitability, 2023 was a record year for U.S. airline revenues. In 2023, they made about $223.5 billion, all-time high in terms of record revenues. However, with that being said, as making those high revenues, there was a challenges in terms of operating revenue and costs. That's due to labor contracts. Many of the airlines have renegotiated pilot contracts and and many different things in terms of aircraft fleet renewal and whatnot. So there's a lot of costs that are associated that are on the airlines' plates right now. Now, I thought this was interesting, and I think I've talked about this in the past. I was able to find for the month of March of 2024, in terms of forecasted seats, the 10 busiest airline routes by seats in the United States: Denver to Phoenix, Atlanta to Orlando, and Honolulu to Maui. And the interesting thing is that even with the reductions in seats that we've seen between into Maui, we're still seeing that there are 284,787 seats scheduled between those two city pairs for the remainder, or for the month of March. So I thought that was an interesting statistic. This is just to highlight, we continue to have global reach, flights from all over North America and in Asia and Oceania, so, and also the South Pacific. Hawaii continues to be accessible, whether it's nonstop or an easy one-stop connection. We continue to have that unprecedented access to air compared to many destinations around the world. Now, if we look at the U.S. market, this slide is in terms of country. So if we look at from January to September of 2024 and compare that to the year before as well as to 2019, we see that Australia is still down, unfortunately, about 36.8% compared to 19. However, only down, 1.8% compared to 23. Canada is down about 10.8% compared to 23. The Cook Islands, that is new service that we're seeing on Hawaiian, so that is up significantly, obviously. Fiji down about 30.4% compared to last year, but up 5.3% compared to 19. French Polynesia about 2.6%. Japan is down 29.5% compared to 2019. However, is up 42% when you compare to this year to last year. So we're seeing definitely some additional seats from the Japan market. Excuse me. New Zealand, I'll just skip to New Zealand, down 18.3%, and it's also down 18.3%. So compared to the previous time period. Philippines is up 4.7%. They have an additional, Philippine Airlines has an additional frequency, so almost daily service now. South Korea is up 5.1%. The United States is going to be down about 3.9%, and Samoa is going to be flat. So all in all, with all of the ups and downs across the board, we're only going to be down less than 1% overall in seats between January and September of 2024. Now, if you look at the U.S. market, you can see really where seats have been added or pulled. If you can look at Oahu, 3.5% up compared to last year and up 21.8% compared to 2019. However, when you look at Maui, we are seeing a negative 10.6% when you look at 24 to 19, but compared to this year, last year, we're going to be down about 18.3%. Kona is going to be down about 4.8% this year compared to last year, however, up 10.6% compared to 2019. Kauai is going to be down 4.5% as well, and up about 1.3% compared to 19. And as we all know that, unfortunately, the United service from Los Angeles to Hilo was suspended in January of 23, so we do not have any nonstop service into Hilo at this point. So overall, just for the first, between January and September, we're going to be down 4.4%. And then, you know, everybody wants to talk about airfare in terms of where the fares fall within our major gateways. And so this is just a quick highlight of where we're seeing the changes in fares from Q4 of 22 to Q1 of 23, and then all the way to Q3. This data is actual from historic levels, so this is different than hotels. I know that many of our hotel partners that are going to be watching this do their own airfare analysis, but this is actually what was on the books from the U.S. government. So this is just a great tool that we use and that we share with our partners, whether it's to show that Hawaii is competitive from an airfare standpoint, and also just to give everybody a point of reference. So we have U.S. West, we have U.S. East, the Japan and the Canada markets, and then we have what we call other Asia, Oceania, and Europe, just to give you an idea of how airfares fall. And keep in mind, this does not include any of the fuel surcharges that we see coming out of the Japan and the Korea market. Now, in addition to what I just presented, I also have responsibilities as working with Hawaii Tourism Authority from the Global Support Services and Air Service Development. And just want to talk about some of the things that I and my team work on that we have as resources for you that are watching today. We do the Air Service Grid, which is something that talks about all the different nonstop seats, number of flights, if it's seasonal or not, and we do that for the current month, and then we go out every 4 months. We have an airfare grid, which you saw just on the previous slides, that we do quarterly. We do the 7-day moving average. We take the data from DBED, and then we also overlay it with some additional data and chart it out. Daily seats to Hawaii by origin country we do on a weekly basis. And then I'm responsible for meeting with airlines, network planning teams, revenue marketing, et cetera, bring in the GMTs as well as Hawaii, the HTA team to have those conversations with the airlines directly, and then attend World Routes, Routes Americas, and other appropriate meetings. And also part of this process is that we've identified 3 macro areas that we're going to focus on for strategy for this year and going forward, really to make sure that Maui has consistent and reliable air service. You know, we continue to have city pairs that are served, but the frequency and the size of aircraft have been reduced. Our goal is to get that put back into place so that we can continue to have Maui served as it was prior to the devastating fires this past August. Also, we're focusing on long-haul markets. The long-haul market, you know, we had seen significant expansion prior to the pandemic. We had some additional airlines that came in. We had larger aircraft. We also had long-haul service directly to neighbor islands from Canadian and U.S., as well as international gateways as we had from Japan into Kona. So we really want to take a more balanced look at that and a strategic focus to help us build and have a strategy moving forward for air service development. And then the third is obviously the Hawaiian Airlines, Alaska Airlines potential merger. And it's really just for us to kind of talk about, have an understanding, we've, been very fortunate to have Hawaiian as our hometown airline or flag carrier, through the Alaska's proposed purchase. We know that there will be impacts. Many of those things will be positive, but we also want to understand what those impacts will be as we move forward. And then just in the next week or so, I will be attending Routes Americas representing Hawaii and talking to all of the carriers that serve the state. So mahalo for your time. Thank you.
Mahalo nui, Jan and Jeffrey. So much information, fantastic presentations. For those of you tuning in, I understand there was a slight interruption in the stream, so please know that we'll be posting the entirety of today's update online very soon at HawaiiTourismAuthority.org. You'll find the full recording as well as the slides from our presenters today. For all of you utilizing the Q&A feature on Zoom, mahalo nui. I saw some great questions coming in. What we're going to do is we're going to have a series of presentations and then bring all of those presenters up here to our stage here in beautiful Emalani Theater at the Hawaii Convention Center. And we'll do Q&A at that time, and then do some more presentations, bring that next group of presenters up. So we will have an opportunity to get to your questions, and that's coming up soon. So for our next presentation, I'd like to head over to our largest market. It has, for the entirety of the history of Hawaii tourism, it's been the largest market. Please welcome from Hawaii Tourism United States, Mr. Jay Talwar, to present about that market.
Aloha, I'm Jay Talwar with Hawaii Tourism United States, Chief Marketing Officer, and looking forward to sharing our plans with you in this presentation. We're going to start with market insights, and our teammate Jeffrey Esslinger has put together a deck that's much more significant than what I'm going to share. So, as always, please connect with us for additional information as you find necessary. Starting off, though, visitor expenditures are close to record levels for the U.S. market, so good news there. Visitor arrivals slightly down in 23. Per person per day spending really doing extremely well for the destination. And then average length of stay and our repeat and first-time mix is back to pre-COVID levels. As we start to look forward from that base, this chart shows us the interest in visiting Hawaii in the next 2 years from our target audience. And the good news is it's back to levels prior to the fires in August on Maui. So a nice bump back up in the right direction. We continue to monitor this, and we'll share it with you as we get additional data. We then looked at that good news and saw for those people who decided they were looking at Hawaii and decided not to come, we asked the major reasons. And as you can see on the chart, price of airfare has always been there, fairly or unfairly. But the one item that's really changed this last year has been the price of the hotel. It migrated up significantly, and so that's something we watch closely. It also allows us to really look and focus in on the target audience that can afford the destination pricing that we have in the marketplace. When we look a little more forward, if you look at the middle of this chart, Maui and West Maui clearly are not responding to the recovery efforts yet in terms of visitation. So a lot of work to be done to help Maui and West Maui in particular recover from the tragedy of the fires. And recently what we've seen is that slowdown is also occurring on the island of Hawaii and Oahu to a lesser degree and overall statewide. So again, something to really look at. The closer in transition to bookings is happening, but it would have to be extremely significant to alter what we see here. So something to keep an eye on. Looking at the broader picture for the economy, the economic output, really as we all know, the one constraint that really affects us is the tight labor market. That's national, and it's certainly something we feel back here. On the domestic leisure side, There's a lot of competition, a lot of issues going on. We don't have pent-up demand for travel anymore. But the real significant measure that's hurting us is the strength of the U.S. dollar versus other currencies. And then the pricing in the U.S. versus international destinations is significantly higher. So people are seeing values in going abroad. Inflation is the good news out of these three charts. And inflation is predicted to go down significantly in 2024. So we're eager to have that working in our favor. So that's the economic backdrop, what's going on as far as we can tell with advanced bookings. And now we focus in on who we target to have visit our home. It's the Mindful Hawaii Target Traveler, as we're all aware of. And we really look at their visitor habits with their destination selections in the past. So we're able to look at how they've traveled in the past, the amount of money they spend, the destinations they select. Then we couple that with their behavior back home. And we're able to find a profile of people that suggests they're going to care for the environment and the culture of the places they visit, and we target them. And then on the right, we have the sub-segments that allow us to look a little closer at messaging to really connect with them at a deeper level. And you'll see some of those examples further down the presentation. So that's who we're reaching. What's our strategy to reach them, our brand strategy? Well, first and foremost, it's to utilize research to find the media that allows us to connect with them most efficiently, most effectively, and not just for paid media, but for PR or earned media as well. And then our messaging strategy is really two-pronged. It continues to invite visitors to our destination, show the benefits of a vacation in Hawaii versus other destinations before they've made that selection. And then once they've selected to come to Hawaii, share a little bit more of the kuleana or education messaging with them pre-arrival. And of course, overall, we need to deliver a higher level of invitations to visit Maui. So what's the plan look like? For 2024, it's very complicated, but it's much simpler than it looks like on this chart. We've been able to work with our PR team internally and with our agency partners. Layfield is leading the team there, along with Finn Partners and our island chapters as well. And the editorial opportunities, media visits, and then a virtual media blitz. I'll go into more detail further down the presentation. Kara MI is working with the social team and Edelman. And really working on the paid program, and we'll show you some exciting new creative we're working with there. And then Gina Chun is working on the advertising with the paid or the advanced TV, digital, and then of course we play with search and our own media in e-newsletters and of course on GoHawaii.com. And then Robin Basso leads the travel trade team. We've got a great program there with more detail coming up, and that includes trade media. But going to the bigger picture with kind of the leisure, if you will, direct-to-consumer messaging. These are the media partners we've selected for 2024. Again, we have a lot of data we can share with you. I'm just going to share this one slide at this point. And the key thing is, with the data behind all of these partners, there's AI involved. There's a way to find the right traveler, get the right message to them at the right time. So before they've made a decision to reach or to select our home as their destination, to once they start considering Hawaii as one of the destinations they may go to once they've then selected Hawaii, we are able to develop different messages to get to them with the right message at the right time. So for 2024, we're currently in production on the next phase of the Malama campaign, and we're excited to share that with you. The videos will be ready to play and in marketplace in June, but in advance of that, starting in the month of March, which is right now, it'll be at the end of March. We've got a new campaign coming on social that I'm going to share with you now. And again, remember that chart that showed where the visitor is on their destination selection process, and we've got messaging that works all along that line for them. The first one really talks to them in a way that they live. You know, everyone lives on their phone. Everyone has a photo library, and so we want to replicate that in our creative so it's familiar to them, but then show them the beauty of our destination in a photo library that they can interact with and start to play with. And so we're really hoping for great engagement with this creative tool and how we develop our messaging and what parts of our islands we share with them. Another tool that we're using is kind of the point of view method. Again, you see a lot of this on social media right now, so we're taking advantage of that. And as people are starting to think of the destination as maybe one that they'll select, show them kind of the benefits and how they'll feel and how they'll be able to interact with the destination with different experiences that visitors love. Fresh Perspectives then talks to, you can see in the imagery here, the eco-tourists, the soft adventure tourists, the cuisine tourists. So we're able to talk to them again about something that they all feel. When they travel to a destination, they immerse themselves in it, they start to understand the culture, and they start to fit into the environment that changes their life, at least for the week and hopefully for longer. And then there's food, always a benefit for travelers and for all of us. And I really think there's something more to be told about Hawaii cuisine, and that is starting with the providers of the food products, the farmers, the fishermen, the ranchers. The chefs call them their heroes. And so we're going to show amazing footage of some of the cuisine you can't have anywhere else in the world. There are lots of places you can travel to where you can have French cuisine or Italian cuisine, but there's only one place where you can really get the cuisine of Hawaii, and that's here. We're also working on some other programs with Native Media, with Matador Network, and also with CNT. And so those are queued up to run in the fall, so we're just starting strategy discussions on those. On the PR side of things, it's a heavy load. There's individual media visits. We work with all of our offices at the island chapters to make sure as often as we can there are multi-island visits just to be more efficient. We're also working closely with FESPAC to really help position Hawaii as a unique destination from all the rest of the United States. The Maui Recovery Program, as you can see, is taking a heavy workload from our team. We're having a virtual media blitz shortly. We're following up by supporting Mana Up and Shopify with a pop-up they're having in Soho, New York. We're working with our team and several partners on Maui, multiple partners on Maui, on the Healdsburg Food and Wine Experience, which really is a draw for major media, which allows us to sponsor the media section and really get some positive public relations out of there and taking the people of Maui with us to tell those stories. And that's followed immediately with the Northern California Media Blitz. So heavy workload for the Maui Recovery Group. And then we also have a statewide virtual media blitz. So again, a week of one-on-one appointments with 30 to 40 of our top media. Travel Trade is also working with Tourism Cares. Their Meaningful FAM is now scheduled for Maui on September. So the first time Tourism Cares has done this product. So Robin really created something unique with the right audience that has the right type of visitors to help support the recovery on Maui. And then they're hitting the road in June, August, and October. So again, please connect with us if your sales team would like to participate in these educational blitz events. And then we're conducting FAMs, again, across multiple islands each time just to make them more efficient. And of course, supporting all of your partnerships with support of your FAMs, particularly on Maui. The Travel Trade marketing plan is real clear. It's all about having the right content up. And so that starts with refreshing our website, including developing guides for our advisors to share with their visitors, their clients, updating our curriculum for the Hawaii Destination Specialist Program. We've got a wholesale co-op program lined up, and then we want to support key consortia partners because they really have the right audience for us. And that's Virtuoso, Signature, Travel Leaders Network, and the 1000. So that's the overview of the 24 plan. We also wanted to give you a brief update on what we've done so far. We're really impressed by what the team has accomplished. So the PR team has already been to the International Media Marketplace in New York City. They met with 45 national media. They were asked to be on the panel for destination marketing, and we were able to develop a lot of stories already with CBS News, Thrillist, Outset Magazine, and others, including developing a pipeline for future visits from these media partners throughout the year. And then for Maui specifically, we've hosted media from afar and Condé Nast Traveler. So that's in the first 2 months of 2024. We also worked with Kanu Hawaii, and they are a partner that allows us to really put the volunteer projects on a volunteer-based organization that's really focused on this segment. And so working with them, they are taking over the management of the content on this website, allowing us to focus on the marketing end of things. So a great partnership, and it's available to all of our team around the globe. So please connect with us on how you can engage with a volunteer dashboard. We continue to work with the Golf Channel and NBC through our partnership from HTA with the PGA Tour. We launched the promotion in January 1. It ran through the end of February, and we had a lot of aloha from NBC for Maui and the Maui recovery. And then Gina Chun was in the marketplace and on Maui starting January 1st, helping the team corral the players, get them cajoled, and engage with the right activities, working with Leanne at our Maui office, and really develop 4 more video snippets of PGA Tour players experiencing the beauty of Maui and inviting people to come back sooner than later. The travel trade side, again in 2 months, had a webinar with over 600 advisors, 335 total unique visitors to a virtual booth, lots of videos viewed, and 40 appointments conducted with Virtuoso on tour. Kind of summing up to 1,764 certification courses completed year to date, again, in 2 months. So that's kind of the recap of 2024 Q1. Looking forward, we have partnership opportunities with all of our teammates across each of our departments. We're eager to work with you to coordinate efforts to make sure we're doing the right thing to Malama Hawaii and make sure we're moving tourism in the right direction for our residents and for our industry. Mahalo for all of your support.
Mahalo to you, Jay, and the entire Hawaii Tourism United States team, as well as Hawaii Tourism Global Support, for all of your support. For our work at the Hawaii Tourism Authority, and also all of our industry partners and our community as well. So I see lots of questions coming in over Zoom. Appreciate that. Keep them coming. After a couple more presentations, we'll have our panel. Jay is going to have to boogie right after this, but we do have his boss and others from Hawaii Tourism United States who will field those questions. So mahalo nui. If you're tuning in on Zoom, if you're tuning in on the Hawaii Tourism Authority Facebook, the Olelo Facebook, Olelo YouTube, mahalo nui for joining us. Mahalo to the crew at Olelo for helping us produce today's event. Mahalo nui to all of you. So, next up, another really important market is meetings, conventions, and incentives, or MCI. We're here at the beautiful world-class Hawaii Convention Center, which is the state's investment in bringing that MCI traveler here. They're great for a whole bunch of reasons that we're going to hear about from our next presenter. So before we go to Lynn Whitehead and hear about Meet Hawaii, we have a little reel to show you, and it's some of the material that we use to promote Hawaii as a destination for those meetings, conventions, and incentives. So we'll roll that, and then I'll toss it over to our colleague Lynn Whitehead from Meet Hawaii.
Aloha, my name is Lynn Whitehead, and I am the Vice President of Global MCI Sales and Marketing for our Meet Hawaii team. And I'm looking forward to sharing with you some updates and some of our strategies that we're going to put into place in 2024. Before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about our MCI successful year in 2023. Year over year in both citywide and single property, we were 51% over tentative room nights for citywide, and single property 23%. This shows a great interest in the destination and is helping us to build our funnel so we can have a successful 24 and 25. We also enjoyed an increase in definite room night production, 4% year over year for citywide, and 51% in year over year production for single property. Marketing insights. Just an overview about where we're headed in 2024. We're really seeing a growth in the economy, a slight growth, and we're looking forward to an increase in production in 24, getting stronger by the end of the year and moving into 2025. We're excited that the short-term booking cycle continues, and we're taking advantage of that and really trying to move those in the year for the year opportunities forward while continuing to develop our future years as well. Global Industry Analyst projects MCI market to reach $240 billion in 2027. And we're just really looking forward to this increased growth. Hawaii is positioned appropriately to take advantage of this. From a citywide perspective, we are seeing a growth out of the Japanese market segment for group. Leisure's down, but we're seeing a growth and we're taking advantage of that. We're seeing a higher interest in single property and citywide events. And we're also seeing an increase in attendance for some of our repeat groups. Daito was with us in 2023 and enjoyed 3,000 attendees, and they'll be back with us in 24 and are projecting anywhere from 6,500 to 7,000 attendees for this summer's conference. Andrew Ko and his team have done an excellent job in moving the conversation forward in the destination and have implemented some more partnerships that they're taking advantage of this year to capitalize on the momentum there. Our convention center remains always top of mind in our clients' conversations and with their RFPs. We're enjoying several opportunities that we're proposing right now. We are 2024 and 2025 are our strongest years ever from a local standpoint and from a citywide perspective. Terry Orton, who is our general manager of the convention center, and I speak regularly and partner together to make sure that we are strategizing together. We're making sure that the conversation with the permitting and the proposed construction of the roof is moving forward. And we're looking forward to delivering that message and instilling the confidence in the sellers and also in our clients in the market space so we can really work towards filling those need years in the future. For single property, we are continuing to see a growth there. In fact, I was looking at a study earlier. 63% of meeting planners are anticipating growth in attendance over the next 3 years. So we're very excited about that. We're a little bit behind pace in 2024. 2025 is looking very strong. The short-term booking cycle will help us to really drive some more business into the 2024. There are always customer concerns about our higher costs, air and hotel, but we counteract that by going after market segments that are poised to take advantage and can play in that market segment. Corporate inquiries are steady from high-tech, healthcare, and business service organizations. And Meet Hawaii expects the outlook for incentive travel to Hawaii to grow moderately and hold steady for 2024. Target audience. The MCI buyer naturally aligns with our strategy to attract customers with a commitment to sustainability, culture, and the values of Malama Hawaii. We have always led the conversation for Malama Hawaii in leading CSR opportunities in our destination. We are continuing to focus on top producing market segments, technology, science, engineering, health, medical, pharmaceutical, finance, insurance, and of course, education, recreation, sports, and athletics. As I mentioned earlier, we're increasing initiatives in Asia. We've seen a lot of momentum in the European market as well. And of course, we're focusing always on incentive and corporate meetings to drive higher end business into the state of Hawaii. Brand strategy. In every conversation, we emphasize that when Hawaii hosts an MCI event, groups see an increase in attendance. We always talk about the benefit in our connecting our groups to our community and engaging in the Malama Hawaii CSR opportunities. We always want to make sure that our groups that come to the islands are respectful and give back to the community and have a commitment to sustainability. We also want them to respect our native Hawaiian culture and work to bring that into the program so we can educate attendees that come with these conferences on the culture and the importance of preserving that culture. Marketing implementation. Globally, we are identifying short-term single property business to help increase our business in 2024 and keep the momentum going in 2025. We have goals to increase our number of citywide events through 2026 through 2029, and that is a strategic initiative that Terry Orton and I partner with to make sure that we are focused on increasing the number of events year over year. We also are working on that timeline with communication strategy with our building and the rooftop construction. For single property, we're also focusing on short term. But we are targeting appropriate vertical segment opportunities aligned with Hawaii's culture, natural resources, and community. I mentioned these earlier: finance, insurance, automotive. We're capitalizing on our natural resources with earth, ocean, and atmospheric indigenous environment, and then health, wellness, and technology. I just attended a CES conference in Savannah, which was with CEOs from scientific organizations. And it was just great to see the momentum there. 4 of the CEOs have events that are taking place this year in our destination. By targeting these appropriate vertical segments, it allows our single property sellers to position Hawaii as a good fit for specific industries and interests, focuses their marketing and selling to specific audiences, and allows our sellers to build relationships with key decision makers in these industries. As I mentioned earlier, we're really working to develop some strategies to fill those need years in 26 through 2029. We're actually hiring a citywide seller. The job position is posted now to focus on short-term corporate so we can help to get some of those need years filled. This, of course, as I said earlier, is all going to be reliant on getting that permitting schedule set so that we can deliver that information. When we know the schedule and the timeline for the roof repair, we will be able to really all systems go in bringing business to the convention center in those need years. I'd like to highlight some activity from January and February. We've got a lot of positive momentum in the marketplace. Our team attended with the Convention Center, Professional Convention Management Association's convening leaders in San Diego. We participated through our North Star partnership with Independent Planner Education Conference in South Carolina. This put us in touch with independent planners that are not affiliated with any major third parties. We conducted HCC presentation for incentive organizers through our partnership with HIS. This connected us with 40 sellers from HIS and actually 40 sellers that focused on the incentive market. We participated in a Hawaii Kai workshop. We have an excellent representation in Japan, as I mentioned earlier, and that takes place quarterly. Haichia-san is actually on the board of that organization, and it's a collaboration of the wholesalers in the Japanese market segment, as well as the key destination partners that represent Hilton, Marriott, and other major chains. We also attended Meet New York. We have several strategic partnership activations that we activated in 2023, and they continue through 2024. Last month, we just offered a webinar that focused on regenerative tourism in the incentive market. This consisted of 170 attendees representing 33 countries, and the feedback was tremendous. Through our partnership with Site Global, we also dispersed an ebook, and that is still being sent out there, and we look forward to hearing those numbers towards the end of this month. These strategic partnerships, which I'll talk about in the next slide, are going to be implemented over the year. We actually have another webinar with Site Global coming up this month. Here's some highlights for 2024. Looking forward, we're going to capitalize on some of these strategic partnerships that I was talking to you in the previous slide. It's driving incentive, short-term corporate, and of course extending our sales team. our sales force and our sales team. We have an ongoing collaboration annually with Professional Convention Management Association. Our team, along with the Hawaii Convention Center, just attended Convening Leaders in San Diego in January, which connected us to 5,000 attendees, 63% of those being decision makers in the meeting planner space. We attended AIM in January. Site Classic Financial Insurance Conference Professionals is on the horizon. These different groups help to get us in touch with those incentive buyers. The Business Events Industry Week in Washington, D.C. in April allows 3 of our sellers to connect with PCMA, IAEE, and other key industry organizations that will really keep the conversation going as we try to move business to the destination this year. Meredith Parkins had a great success in bringing IEEE Convene to the island of Hawaii this summer. That will bring a key meeting planners in the engineering space to our destination, a highly sought after group. We were very excited about this win for our destination. And of course, we'll be attending Japan Summit. Partnership opportunities. We have a strong contingency across Asia, Oceania, and also a strong U.S. domestic sales team. We're adding sellers on the West Coast for single property, and also I mentioned earlier a citywide position that will help to deliver short-term corporate business. We have many trade shows, fam trips that are on the books, and of course educational opportunities through our strategic partnerships. Please reach out to us to take advantage of any of those opportunities and get more information on any of these initiatives. Josette Morai is our Senior Manager of Sales Administration. She is the heartbeat of our office and is here to provide all of these resources to you as you look to develop your plans for 2024 and beyond. Thank you so much for your time today. I look forward to working with you. Our team is here to assist with any initiative that you are working on. Let us be your guide to bring business to your venue, your properties. Look forward to working with you in the year to come. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui, Lynn. Appreciate that update. So, we've heard so far from Hawaii Tourism United States, which is geographic in nature. We've heard from Meet Hawaii, which is market segment in nature. You know, the market, meetings, conventions, and incentive market is pretty unique. And so their territory is global. But now we're going to switch back to the geographic-based markets. So next up, we're going to head a little north, somewhere a little colder. Not sure where everybody is tuning in from, but when I woke up this morning in Honolulu, it was pretty chilly, but not as chilly as Canada. So at this time, let's head north to our friends in Canada. I'll kick it over to Susan.
Aloha, everyone. It is so awesome to see everyone today. My name is Susan Webb from Hawaii Tourism Canada, and it is a delight for us to be here today and share some insights into our great Canadian market. But first, let's just show you a little video of some of the things we've been doing in the Canadian market over the last couple of months. So enjoy. first of all, let me introduce you to the Hawaii Canada team. We've had a couple of changes, and I just want to make sure that you know you've got this amazing group of professionals looking after this wonderful destination from across Canada. Firstly, we have myself and, of course, our account director for Hawaii, which you'll meet later today, I'm sure, Colin Wood. Our marketing director and client services director, Erin. Samantha looks after our public relations in Canada. Rita's looking after all of our marketing promotion, and she's been to Hawaii as well. Christine makes sure we all get paid and our vendors get paid and our partners. And new to the team is Laura. Laura is doing a lot of our travel trade outreach, doing trainings and shows, and she can't wait to meet all of you in Hawaii as well. And Gustavo is in our Vancouver office, and he looks after Western Canada, promoting Hawaii in Western Canada out of the Vancouver office. We also have a full team in Montreal and in Toronto in our head office. So you can be sure you've got a lot of people looking after you at HT Canada. And I just had to share, because a lot of you know, Lorenzo has left us and moved from Canada to Madrid, Spain. So we're very sad to see him go, and he said to say aloha to all of his Kuhana and friends in Hawaii. But back with us in Hawaii Tourism Canada is Colin Wood. And Colin was the account director for Hawaii before Lorenzo, so he knows a lot of you, he knows the destination, and we are absolutely thrilled that Colin has rejoined us and taking over this wonderful account. Just sharing a little bit of the information about the stats for Canada. These are the year-end stats for December of 2023, and you can see it's very encouraging versus the year prior. We are up in visitor expenditures, we're up in days that Canadians are staying on the islands, our arrivals are up, our per person per day spend. So we're seeing a very positive growth in the tourism to Canada. Maybe not all the numbers we need back yet because of Maui particularly, but we're very pleased that there is a positive increase in visitations from Canada into Hawaii. Just some things that I thought would be important for you to know. The good news is consumer confidence has been increasing over the last 3 months. Our unemployment rate is the lowest it's been ever, and we also are now looking at having an interest rate that should reduce in the next quarter. So that's very good for people that had large purchases and mortgages that they were concerned with the interest rate that it's been increasing over the last couple of years. Our Canadian dollar is almost 75 cents to the U.S., and that's okay. Anything more than that would be a bit of a sticker shock for Canadians, but we're used to it being about 75 cents. The good news is Canadians are traveling again, and we're back to 90% of the numbers for outbound travel from 2019. So very good news. You can see that we are very interested in sustainable travel. Canadians want to go to places that they feel are sustainable, and of course Hawaii is the best place for that. I love the next stat. Gen Zs feel so vacation deprived that they have to go on vacation. So we're really pleased that Canadians are traveling again, feel they need to do that, and it's not something that they're going to wait. They're going to do it now. And you can see 72% are prioritizing travel instead of large purchases and other things. Canadians love the whole cultural experiences of a destination when they travel, so of course Hawaii is the perfect place for them to come. They also are looking for in-destination experiences. It's not just about sit by a pool or sit on a beach. They want to get to know the culture, the people, go to the restaurants, shop locally, so very important. And wellness travel is very important for Canadians, so they're looking to get away, relax, and regain some of what we haven't had for the last couple of years and being so busy. Some more insights, just the motivation for Canadians to travel. Obviously, most of you know we have snow in the winter in most of Canada, so getting out of that weather into your beautiful weather is very important. But also, as I mentioned, the experiences that Canadians want when they go to a destination. Spending time with friends and family is very important, particularly over the pandemic. We weren't able to spend the time that we want. So multi-general travel is very important for Canadians. And activities and attractions. They want to come and really look at your destination and experience all you have to offer. The barrier, as we all know, is price. That's really the only thing that's deterring people from traveling. And as I mentioned earlier, they want to be active and sustainable when they travel. Just a little bit of a SWOT analysis as Hawaii as a destination when we look at it for Canadian travelers. Obviously, the strengths are, we know Hawaii, we've been here, Canadians come a lot to Hawaii and they love it, and it's a well-established destination. There's a lot of connectivity from Canada into Hawaii. The destination is such a diverse place to come and visit. It's year-round, and it's also a really great vibe. The aloha spirit is very important for Canadians, and it's unique. There's nowhere else like Hawaii. But the weaknesses, as I mentioned earlier, is price point, the increasing prices of hotels and airfares, and all those things are really important for Canadians. Canadians really love the all-inclusive experience, which they can find in other regions of the Caribbean and Mexico. So it's a bit of a weakness for us for Hawaii. And quite recently, over the last year, the mixed messages that we've had in Canada about visiting Hawaii has been a bit of a deterrent. Canadians were confused. Do you want us to come and visit or not? So we have to make sure that our messaging and our communication is on point. It's a long way to fly from Eastern Canada, Toronto and Montreal, but now with some direct flights, nonstop flights from Toronto into Honolulu, it's making it even more affordable and closer. So the opportunities, Canadians, as I said, are looking for experiences, and Hawaii has so many that they can offer. We need to escape the winter. They love cultural experiences and the destinations, so it's important. Canadian has a very large Indigenous population, and it's very much an important part of our tourism. So I think coming and sharing the cultural experiences that we can in Hawaii with what we're seeing in our Canadian tourism space is very important. And our friends in Quebec, the French-Canadian travelers, are looking for new destinations, and we think that Hawaii is a perfect place for them to consider. And the other opportunity we are really important is niche markets. We think that solo travelers, wellness travelers, sports tourism, Canadians love to go and travel to watch sporting events, whether it's golf tournaments or pickleball tournaments or those types of things, and festivals and sports. The threats, as we mentioned, the exchange rate is always a concern, the cost of flights, the cost of hotels, and this all-inclusive opportunity for people. Even at a luxury end, they can pay one price and that's it once they go on vacation. And also some of our competitive destinations are spending a lot of money in the Canadian market, which is causing a little bit of a shift. So we have to be careful about that. So the target seekers that we're looking at, the target audience we're looking at in Canada hasn't really changed. We're looking for that high value, high spend traveler. We're looking at people that have been here before. The return visitor is very important for us. Snowbirds, those are the Canadians that get away from the snow and they come to Hawaii for the winter. And also romance. Romance tourism is now back. People are wanting destination weddings, they're wanting honeymoons, so we think that this is a great opportunity for us. And you can see there's been a bit of a shift. Right now in Canada, there are more people over the age of 60 than there are children. But now we're seeing that the baby boomers, or we call them the Zoomers, which are baby boomers with zip, they like to go and experience and get involved when they're at a destination, are starting to now sort of get older. So we're now looking at that young millennials that are getting older with families and looking at new destinations and having the economics to be able to support that. So we'll be shifting some of the marketing that we're doing to make sure we're talking to all of the different demographic markets. Our core messaging continues to be Malama, Malama Maui, Malama Hawaii, and it's very important for us to make sure that the customer, the visitor, and our travel trade and our media understand that it's very important to be a mindful traveler when you come to Hawaii. That's the core messaging, but we're also making sure that Canadians know that you want us to come back and you want us to come and experience, shop local, visit the different islands, island hop. So we're making sure that that message is incorporated with what we're doing with all of our Malama campaigns. The marketing strategy we have for Canada, very much public relations are going to be, we call it 24/7. They're always on. We're constantly talking to journalists to make sure that the messaging is out there in the media for Canada. We are going to be doing events across Vancouver and Toronto with the media in the late spring, April and May. And we also are constantly having journalists come to Hawaii. We actually have people on island this week and in Maui. So it's really important for us to get the journalists here to write about it. There's also a conference coming up that will be representing Hawaii with all the journalists across Canada at the Travel Media Association of Canada in June. And we have a Discover America Day, which is all media for Canada, and that's October 30th in Toronto, which we'll be representing. For our travel trade, it's very important that we're constantly working with all the product managers in order to get them to look at new products that they can promote, and also looking at new tour operators and travel agencies that are doing groups and specialized programs to consider Maui and Hawaii as part of their programs. So we will be bringing a group of them to Hawaii in the fall to coincide with the fall conference so that they're able to meet the partners, meet the island chapters, meet all of you, and then go and do a familiarization trip of Oahu and then probably Maui or potentially another island. So we think that'll be important. We work very closely as a partner with Virtuoso, so we're involved with their events coming up. And our tour operator partners, Air Canada Vacations, Travel Brands, will be involved in their programs as well. We'll be at IPW. Colin will be there, and I'll be there, so we look forward to seeing a lot of you there. And we're continually doing educational programs for the travel trade with seminars and webinars and in-person sales calls. On the consumer side, on our marketing spend, we're really focusing on digital, social media, both organic and paid, because Canadians are now consuming about 6.5 hours a day on their digital devices or their connected television. So we think that's where we need to be. So you'll see us promoting very much digitally throughout Canada in our key target markets, Western Canada, Ontario, and now looking at some things that we'll be doing in Quebec. We're also looking at some out-of-homes. We have the most beautiful images of Hawaii, so why not share and inspire Canadians with some outdoor activities. And we're very excited about working and promoting the new Cirque du Soleil show in Hawaii, as it's a Canadian company, head office in Montreal, so we'll hopefully be able to do some really fun, interesting campaigns and events promoting Hawaii with our partnership with Cirque. So again, in addition to our consumer outreach, we work very closely with all of our partners with cooperative marketing campaigns. So we'll be focusing lately on Maui, because Maui needed the help, the recovery to get Canadians back to Maui, because as you know, Maui is the 11th province for Canada. And so it's important that we had these cooperative campaigns with Air Canada, WestJet, Costco, so you'll be seeing a lot of that. And this is our event that we really love to have so many of you participate in every year, Aloha Canada. We've picked some dates, October 21 to 25, so hopefully all of you can join us at these events that we do for the travel trade, the media across Canada. The cities we've chosen this year is Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, and we'll be sending a save the date out shortly. Now we've got some ideas of dates that we'll be doing this. So media and travel trade for training and partnership opportunities. So again, I mentioned earlier, we'll be doing FAM trips with product managers, and we'll also be doing a media group FAM coming up. We're working on dates. The campaigns we talked about with public transport as well as digital boards and television. It's very important now that we are on these connected television. I don't even know how a lot of them work, but it's really amazing how we can target the right visitor to showcase Hawaii on these opportunities now. And then our things we've been doing and looking forward. Again, as I mentioned, we've got some campaigns in place now. We'll be working on our out-of-home for the fall, because that's the booking period for Canadians to come to Hawaii. We're also looking at extending the season, so getting people into April, May, June even, and September to extend from not just the winter. So with our campaigns, we'll be doing the media blitzes that we mentioned. And again, you can see that we've got a lot of trade campaigns that we're working on, some advertising campaigns, some webinars, which are a lot of fun. some of the recent headlines we've had for Hawaii and Maui. And Snowbird Advisor is an association of snowbirds, the ones I told you all leave Canada to go somewhere beautiful like Hawaii. And this is a great resource for snowbirds for information about insurance and different things that they should know when they're going away for an extended period of time. But it also gives us a chance to showcase Hawaii. So online they can see all the things that they could do when they're in Hawaii, looking at the different islands. And this was a campaign for Malama Maui that we did focusing, and it's a 4-month campaign. And it's going very well. We're getting amazing successes from that one. For so far this year, we were at the bridal show. First time we've been back into a bridal show because, as I mentioned, romance tourism is important. Our digital campaigns have kicked off. We've had a lot of media. They're actually in Ireland right now for PR and had some really good stories already in market. For Maui, we again did a really great campaign with the Weather Network, and some other great stories that we've had. Travel Trade, we've a full campaign with Costco Travel in all of their warehouses and working on their membership base. AMA, which is AAA in Alberta, a very great partner, is continuing on a campaign, and WestJet, of course, continues the co-op campaign. We're very excited that we just launched the last couple of days Global Television Network. We're in Maui a few weeks ago and have already launched these 4 segments about being in Maui, and we'll share with everyone because they're really terrific and they're on television now across Canada. We've got, the multi-digital plantain campaign coming up all the way through May. PR we're working on and working with some of our partners across Canada. So the partnership opportunities for you for Canada this year, some of the things that we've been talking about, Aloha Canada, but some of the other campaigns that we're working on, we're happy to have you ask us more questions. I'm sure you can all read this, but these are some of the key activities that we'll be doing in market with some of the dates. And of course, we look forward to talking to each of you about the opportunities of how you could partner with us in Canada. So thank you again, mahalo, merci beaucoup, thank you very much, and we look forward to working with all of you in Hawaii to get more Canadians to come to your wonderful destination. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui, Susan. Wonderful update from, let's see, I guess we'll call them the upper 10 provinces, if Maui is the 11th. Right on, mahalo nui. So, we have one more market that we're going to hear from before we bring our first group of presenters up for questions and answers. We're going to go, this might be our farthest market, I'm not sure. I got to go get my tape measure and measure it. But Hawaii Tourism Europe historically was part of the Hawaii Tourism Ohana. When we had some contractions in the markets we were able to be active in during the pandemic, we put Europe on a pause. We're so happy to have them back as of the beginning of 2024. And so with their first update, being back with us again, please welcome the team from Hawaii Tourism Europe.
Aloha everyone, I'm Katerina with Hawaii Tourism Europe, looking after the UK, Germany and Switzerland, working alongside my colleague Katja as the account manager Germany and Switzerland, and my colleague Sabrina who looks after the PR, and I brought my colleague Fleur from the UK with me.
Aloha everyone, my name is Fleur from the UK. As Kat said, I look after all trade and marketing activities in that market, and I'm assisted by Joe Cook who looks after PR for the UK too.
Awesome, looking after market insights. So our Europe visitor stats. So basically the Europeans visit multiple islands per trip. We have an average length of stay of 13 days, and we are interested in culture, nature, local shops, food, so we really want to dive deep into local activities. So our arrivals for 2019, which I believe was our best year, were about 137,000. A little bit down in 2022 after COVID of 114,000. And in 2023 we had around 93,000, so a little bit down again. When you look at the spending, especially per person per day spending, in 19 it was 151. and coming up to 2023, excuse me, to $239. Also, the total spending reflects that people are really willing to spend higher rates to come to the islands. Our general economy, unemployment in Germany is unfortunately still up after COVID, with 6.1%. In Switzerland, we have 2.5%, which is quite high for this healthy country. Our inflation rate, 2.9% in Germany, which went down after COVID, thankfully. And in Switzerland, 1.3%. The biggest challenge actually is our exchange rate for all the European countries that have the euro as the currency, with 1.07 US dollars with $1. And for Switzerland, it's a little healthier with $1.14.
So for the UK, unemployment currently sits at 3.8%. That's been around that figure for the last 9 to 12 months. We do expect that to increase very slightly in 2024 to about 4%, but that's still considered quite low for the market. Inflation's at 4%, and that does look quite high in comparison with Germany and Switzerland. But when you think about where we were early last year, in May of 2023, our inflation was at 6.5%. So it is beginning to come down and steady, and that's really good for the market. Our exchange rate's not too bad, at $1.26 to the pound.
Perfect. Our travel sentiment, so 2 out of 3 German-speaking holiday makers, that includes Switzerland, Germany and Austria, plan 1 or more vacation trip for 2024. The long-distance travels, the trend continues. 30% of Germans plan a longer holiday for at least 14 days in 2024. So what we see that people may take fewer long-distance holidays out of Europe, but they really spend when they are in the destination. They look into luxury options, and they tend to stay longer as well.
Yeah, that absolutely mirrors what's happening in the UK, with 13% of British holidaymakers are saying that they're reconsidering the environment when they're travelling. And that doesn't mean that they're not travelling. It simply means at the moment that they're taking fewer long-haul trips. But to Kat's point, they're staying longer in destination, they're making it count, and they're spending more in general. And actually, the British over 55 say this year that they will spend 15% more on travel than previous years. And in Switzerland, that's even higher at 22%.
Yeah. Our airlift coming from Europe, so the frequency is certainly back to pre-COVID level. Coming to the US, the flight prices actually went a little up. It was very good in 2022. 2023, we had a lot of demand, and that unfortunately reflect the prices as well. So when we look into fan trips, for example, we definitely see an increase across the board. Our second German airline is called Condor, and they actually added a lot of flights to the US, especially the West Coast. They do have agreements with Alaskan Airways and WestJet coming down to all the islands, but also working very closely with Hawaiian. So we see a lot of options coming from Europe down here to the islands.
So I'm sure it won't come as a surprise to many of you that outbound travel is dominated by the travel trade in all of our markets. During COVID, a lot of consumers were burnt by loss of financial loss of financial protection when they booked travel arrangements themselves, couldn't get repatriated, couldn't get help, and that really hit home. And so now consumers are really looking for expert travel advice and skill and booking through the travel trade for that financial protection and the knowledge that in a crisis they can be assisted with getting home or whatever may have happened. So yeah, that's definitely something that we're seeing, which I think plays really well to destinations like Hawaii, which need a bit of help.
Also in terms of outbound travel, so the 2019 level of Germans coming to the United States should be reached by 2024, by the end of 2024. And hopefully we can set a new record of Germans traveling to the US by 2027. So yeah, the Germans are coming. So for Switzerland, it's a very small country compared to the other European countries, with only 8 million people living in that country. And for 2023, we see around 380,000 arrivals coming from Switzerland to the US, which is absolutely fantastic. And that reflects a growth of 30% compared to 2022.
And in the UK, we're seeing general outbound travel expected to match or possibly even exceed that of 2019 this year. and many of our trade partners are reporting best ever years or best ever months even in terms of sales.
Our competitors, they really haven't changed compared to previous years. So Asia is a very huge competitor of ours. They run huge marketing campaigns across Europe. And also when it comes to prices within the destination, they offer very cheap opportunities. When it comes to Caribbean, also Mexico, they offer a lot of all-inclusive resorts, which is nothing we want here on the islands because we want people to go out and about. However, when people see the prices when they book, they basically know what they get and they don't have a lot of costs on ground when they are in the destination. Our marketing strategy.
Thanks, Kat. Yeah, so our target audience, who are we looking to target? And this covers all three of the markets that we are responsible for. Generally speaking, we're targeting customers with a high disposable household income. We're targeting mindful and respectful travellers. We're targeting independent travellers. We're not looking to group series or group touring for this destination. People, as I said earlier, are looking to take longer holidays due to travelling potentially less often, and they're looking to spend more and really immerse deeper in those destinations that they're visiting. And they're interested in local experiences. That might be picking up a local guide, making sure that they're eating in local restaurants and meeting local people. And they're high spending within the destination, which is also really key for places like the Hawaiian Islands.
Right. So our core branding message for this coming year is Malama Hawaii. We really want to showcase the unique destination across all the islands. We focus on culture, history. We inspire travelers to really experience everything local on all the islands. And we want to encourage visitors to go to multiple islands per trip and stay longer therefore. We also gain awareness of respectful and responsible travels. When it comes to our consumer and PR strategies, they really align. So we educate holidaymakers through marketing initiatives, but also through PR initiatives. We are implementing marketing campaigns with the focus of responsible, respectful tourism. That also reflects our monthly press releases. We have to or want to rebuild and showcase Hawaii's brand and diversity, and obviously focus on culture and history over competing destinations. And as I mentioned, that really aligns with all PR strategies. We also do proactive pitching and, of course, crisis management if necessary.
So what's our travel trade strategy? Well, obviously it's to educate the travel trade as much as we can through in-person and online training. We lost a lot of expertise and talent in COVID. Those people left the industry, and now we have a new tranche of sales agents and travel agents that perhaps know nothing or very little about the Hawaiian Islands. So it's imperative that we get in front of those agents as soon as possible and make sure that Hawaii is front of mind when they're thinking about sending their customers to the US. We're implementing trade campaigns in both the UK and in Germany. We'll talk a little bit about that in a couple more slides. And we're cooperating with tour operators and airline partners to make sure that we're driving sales to Hawaii. Ongoing contact with tour operators, travel agents and airline partners, just making sure that they have the tools that they need to sell Hawaii well and that it's always front of mind.
Our marketing campaigns. So we just went live with our Discover Hawaii campaign, I believe March 1st, which will run until December 2024. This is a pure digital campaign across the UK, Germany, as well as Switzerland. So the goal is to gain brand awareness. We haven't been in market for quite some time, and to drive engagement and eventually conversions as well. So we work with 4 themes, which is cuisine, culture, nature, and adventure. And we will include a series of tour operators. I believe it's 2 for the UK, 2 for Germany, and 1 for Switzerland, to really see bookings during this campaign period as well. Just to showcase you a few of our ads. Our Malama Hawaii campaign, we will go live with that in September, running for 4 months. We chose to first go live with the Discover Hawaii campaign to really educate holidaymakers on the islands and what they have to offer, basically. And then we will dive deeper into the Malama theme to really educate holiday makers on volunteerism, on everything local, dive deeper into culture and history. This will be a very much focused video campaign, also on digital outlets.
Well, as I said earlier, we'll be running trade campaigns in the UK and Germany. Actually, the German campaign is live now, and you can see some creative examples of it here. It's really to drive awareness of the islands and the different personalities that the islands have to the UK and German travel trade, and to encourage sign-ups to the online training programme. The UK campaign will replicate that and will go live in April.
One of the other major programs is our Aloha Europe travel mission. We set the dates now for September 2 until the 11th. We will visit the UK, Germany and Switzerland with the focus in Germany this year. So you will have the chance to meet product managers, travel agents, trained travel agents, of course. We will showcase our culture. We'll have cultural practitioners with us, dancers, and really bring the Aloha spirit over to Europe. Our partnership opportunities, they are also live on HTA system. So we will have ham trips across trade and PR, product manager, agent, as well as PR trips. And we will have several destination trainings. If we need anything from your side, we will definitely let you know. If you have anything to share with us for press releases, for our newsletters, please do let us know. And yeah, that's about it.
Wow.
Mahalo, dankeschön, and thank you.
Mahalo nui to our Hawaii Tourism Europe team. So, as our presenters are getting settled, I'm going to go ahead and introduce them now. As I mentioned earlier, Jay Talwar from Hawaii Tourism United States, he had to jet right after his presentation, and so we have in his place his boss, Mr. Tom Mullen. Everybody, please welcome him. Next to Tom, Susan Webb from Hawaii Tourism Canada. We have Lynn Whitehead from Meet Hawaii. And you haven't heard from this fantastic person yet, but allow me to introduce Terry Orton. Terry's the general manager of the Hawaii Convention Center. We want to thank you, Terry, and your entire team for hosting today. I mean, just the world-class level of events that we're able to host here is a testament to your leadership. We're going to talk a little bit more about that as we go in, but we just want to mahalo you and your entire team for all the hard work. Mahalo. Katerina from Hawaii Tourism Europe, who you just heard from, please be sure to catch your breath after that presentation. I'll save your questions for a little bit later. From Hawaii Tourism Global Support, Jeffrey Esslinger, and at the end, my colleague here at the Hawaii Tourism Authority and the Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism, Jennifer Chun. Whenever I need a number, I just call Jen. Because if I try to find them myself, I don't know, sometimes not so good. Okay, so we've been collecting questions all morning from folks on Zoom, and everyone out there in Zoom land, please continue to put your questions in. We are watching the Zoom Q&A, so you can go ahead and add your questions in. Mahalo. The first one is for Jen. Okay, you ready? Your mic's on. Okay, solid. The question is, do you examine the economics behind all of these statistics, things like exchange rates and the domestic economic well-being of the originating country? I'm more curious about the stories behind the numbers versus the numbers themselves.
So I'm interpreting that as the question is talking about the DBED tourism forecast. And the DBED team absolutely does take into all those factors. On a country level, we're forecasting country by country in order to get up to the overall state tourism forecast. So things like economic conditions, exchange rates, consumer confidence, all of that is taken into account for this forecast.
Mahalo nui. And one more for you, I think, Jen, but Jeffrey, feel free to jump in on this as well. Inflation has been high in recent years, and when adjusting for inflation, do you normalize personal income and disposable income because they often do not correlate to each other?
So the economists at Reed are way smarter than me, and they do the inflation-adjusted numbers for me. So I would have to say yes, that they're doing all of that. Thanks.
Mahalo nui. I'm going to jump down to this end. We'll just keep it lively for our camera crew. So, Tom, this question is probably a little more with your HVCB hat on, more than your role with Hawaii Tourism US. But the question is, are hotels and resorts working toward more reasonable resort fees and parking? Because travelers are moving toward private rentals and private car rentals because of fees. Yeah. You have any thoughts on that?
Speaking from an HVC standpoint, I can't speak for the hotels and their pricing. I know that they have different economics and they have to do what they do to price. I do know that the resort fees and the additional fees are challenges for pricing for Hawaii. It's one of the things that we do struggle with in terms of marketing, the cost of the vacation, because one of the things that I think you saw when Jay showed his slides, one of the major reasons or obstacles is the cost of the hotel price, and then that is these fees. So again, I can't speak for them. They have their own economics. I think they will adjust pricing when they see that, and they when they see demand change, they'll need to make adjustments accordingly.
Mahalo, Tom. Okay, jumping back over that ways. This next one is for you, Jeffrey. Is the state doing anything to encourage sustainable aviation fuel or electric flights for inter-island travel?
I do know that, in DBED and Jimmy and his team are definitely having multiple conversations with the carriers that fly here. In addition to that, we have Alaska, Hawaiian, United, and a whole international carriers as well that are doing a lot of initiatives for sustainable biofuels for their flights, or to either operate within 100% or to at least have that part of their mix. So it is definitely top of mind, and I think, as Kat mentioned in her presentation, or HT Europe, I should say, is that it's becoming top of mind for our visitors coming here, and I think that they're going to be demanding it. So obviously the state, it's very high on the agenda from a sustainable perspective.
Oh, mahalo nui for that, Jeffrey. We're actually going to stay on this side because this one's for you, Kat. Is it German law that resort fees must be included in hotel bookings, and do any other Europe markets have that same law?
In Germany, it's definitely the law. In the UK, it is not. But for the Germans, it is. And we face, unfortunately, some problems with that. Because hotels are sometimes not able to include it in the overall pricing. Everyone is now connected automatically with the hotels. The DMC is connected with the hotels. So we did face some problems with that, yes. But for other European countries, it is not the law. Yep.
Got it. Mahalo. And I know there are a couple of measures at our Hawaii State Legislature this year that would enact a requirement similar to that, with including all of the various fees and charges in the price advertised.
Right.
So mahalo for that. Let's see. Oh man, we got a bunch of questions popping in. Mahalo, everyone. Keep them coming. If we don't get to your question during this time, we'll be posting them on our website later when we have the recordings as well as the slides from everyone. So mahalo nui. Oh man, a bunch of these. Let's see. This might be for whoever wants to jump in. Maybe we'll start with you, Tom, and then if either Kat or Sue want to jump in about your own markets. The scuba, snuba, and ocean recreational companies are alive and well in West Maui. How do we let the world know?
We are talking to the press on media visits. We're talking to the travel trade on our travel trade education. We're getting the word out as long as we know something's open. We're getting the word out as much as we can to the travel trade and the distribution channels.
Awesome. Following up on that, and then we'll talk to you guys as well. Can small businesses on the west side of Maui approach your organizations?
They can certainly approach us if there's an opportunity. I think we showed a schedule of our partnership opportunities that they can go online to look at and see which one fits for them and contact whose name's on there.
Awesome. Mahalo. And just for everyone's awareness, so GoHawaii.com is the official travel site for the Hawaiian Islands. That's maintained by the Hawaii Tourism Global Support Team. And so the information on there is reviewed and updated by our team here, as well as a bunch of folks you don't see on screen here today. So definitely let us know if there are things that we need to get the word out about more. Please do so. I'm going to point that same question about how do we let the world know. Let's point it out to the world. Maybe start with you, Kat.
Yeah, like we just heard, definitely through press releases. So if we can get the information over to our team, we will share it with journalists in the UK, Germany, and Switzerland for sure. Also, we can include this in our trade presentations, so we get the word out to the travel agencies and tour operators. But it's also very important to showcase that during fam trips. So the product managers and agents, reservation or travel agents, can experience these options themselves and can actually recommend it to the end consumer. So I think that would be best, actually, yeah.
Mahalo. And Sue, I would imagine something similar for your market as well, yeah?
Yeah, very much. In Canada, it's about getting all of your information out to the travel agents, the travel trade, and the media. The Go Hawaii website is what we direct everyone to go to. So we keep in touch with all the island chapters. They give us any updates on all of the places on their islands that are open or have special opportunities for any of the visitors. So make sure they know about what your business is doing and restaurants, attractions, everything. And then we'll make sure we get it out through our communication and newsletters. And as Kat says, when we do trainings and webinars and events. And again, I think as she said, like once we send a journalist here to the islands, the more you can show all the diverse things you have in Hawaii, like the water sports and the scuba, that would really help in the storytelling as well. So partner with us and we'll get your stories out there for all of you.
Mahalo for that. So Jen looks like she wants to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know out there in Zoomland, if you're looking for those partnership opportunities, it is on the Hawaii Tourism Authority website. There's a partnership opportunity portal, and as well, all of the contact information of the GMTs are on the website too.
Mahalo for that, Jen. Before we leave that question, I wanted to jump to you, Lynn, because we're talking about getting the word out about businesses on Maui being open. In the wake of those devastating fires, one of the first priorities for us in terms of being in the market was to ensure that we retained some of the meetings that were scheduled to be on Maui. And I know some of the early ones were very successful in terms of, making little pivots or adding additional things to their itineraries to make sure that they maximize their contribution to the people of Maui, to their recovery. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, immediately when the fires took place, our team developed a communication strategy to make sure that we were in tune with the island chapter in Maui and were aware of what was open, really creating a communication strategy that would get the messages out to our groups that were booked on island so that they could communicate to their attendees what was going on. We created a map that, gave that education out. But the money that we were able to utilize towards retaining business allowed us to save $33 million in economic impact for the state of Hawaii to keep those dollars in our state. Our team did an excellent job in really saving as much as we could.
Mahalo nui for that. Another thing that we, I think as a community, really appreciate about the MCI sector is there's often a very heavy focus on CSR, on corporate social responsibility, taking those volunteer opportunities as a group to go make an impact for various community nonprofits and so on. So mahalo for all the work that your team puts into doing that and making sure that these groups give back. And speaking of giving back, the Hawaii Convention Center has a great program, number of great programs. So Terry, you want to tell us a little bit about how groups who utilize the convention center can give back?
Yes, absolutely. Aloha, everyone. With the help of Lynn and her fabulous team, we try to introduce our sustainability initiatives here at the Hawaii Convention Center from the onset of our conversations with clients when they do select the Hawaii Convention Center and our city, and one of them is reforestation. So we have a fabulous reforestation project here where meeting planners can opt out. They're automatically opt-in at contract signing. And what this allows the meeting planner and the organization to do is to participate in a reforestation project that we have here at Malaikahana on the North Shore, as well as at Mauna Kea on Hawaii Island. And basically for every square foot that they rent here, a dollar amount goes back to carbon credits, which then in return, the carbon credits go right back to reforestation. So every square foot that they rent here is offset by carbon credit, which then goes back to planting trees in the forest that we have reserved under the Hawaii Convention Center.
Mahalo nui, Terry. And to be clear, the forest she's talking about is not this forest of palm trees behind our presenters, although these are lovingly maintained by our landscaping crew here at the Hawaii Convention Center and are available for all of your events here. I just wanted to really highlight and mahalo the positive working relationship between you, Terry, and the Convention Center, and Lynn and the whole Meet Hawaii team. It's important to note that Terry has kuleana for the center. For host, the Hawaii Convention Center is really the crown jewel of our meetings, conventions, infrastructure, our ability and capacity to host these really big events, like the Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture, or FestPAC, that's coming up June 6th to the 16th, like other major meetings. Terry also balances that with opening the space up to local events. I think, in the past week, we've had volleyball tournament, science and technology, national defense, our meetings, a grappling event on the roof. There was a car show recently. So, this is very, very much a bustling hub of activity that, again, contributes to our capacity to host meaningful meetings, conventions, and incentives, and also benefits our community. Back to that time on Maui, we had our recovery shelter operation in our ballrooms for those who were able to get off of Maui but not quite yet return to their point of origin. And so we were a hub for assistance in that case. So very much an asset to all the people of Hawaii. And then Lynn's kuleana with Meet Hawaii is to market the entirety of Hawaii as a destination for those meetings, conventions, and incentives. Oftentimes, larger ones will use the convention center. Sometimes they're on other islands. Often they're multi-islands. And so it's a very productive working relationship between Meet Hawaii and the convention center. So I wanted to highlight that and mahalo you both for that. I think we have time for one more question. So let me just check real quick with some of the new ones that have come in. And again, if we don't get to your question during this time, we will return to it and get it on HawaiiTourismAuthority.org when we post the entirety of this update as well as the slides from our presenters. So let me just check real quick. Talked about that. Okay. Is there a way to have the Hawaii Tourism Authority participate in the commercial boating meetings and bill proposals that have been happening in relation to commercial boating and ocean recreation operations? I'm just going to take that one. As public affairs officer, kind of my thing. So there are a number of proposals for different things happening at the legislature. We track the legislative session very closely. Almost 200 bills are on our radar this session with a very wide range of implications. So we're tracking them very closely. If you have a particular topic that you think we should be aware of, tracking more closely, wondering what our position is, please check out HawaiiTourismAuthority.org. There is a tourism policy section that has our testimony that we've submitted, some of our positions on things, and always feel free to email info@gohta.net with any particular questions or requests that you have. So mahalo for that. Check real quick. Maybe anyone who wants to jump in on this is welcome to. With more local businesses and local people leaving Hawaii in record numbers, how can the Hawaii tourism team help small businesses stay and help local people stay to give visitors that local experience? I think it's at the core of all of our messaging, but anyone want to jump in with particular examples or thoughts on that?
Ilahi, I think that from our standpoint, on some of our social media feeds, I think that we are going into some of the small businesses and showing their storefront and telling their story behind them, and in a way kind of promoting that local spend and stuff like that. So we're finding storylines like that we can feature on some of our social media feeds, as well as some of the videos that are coming up in June.
Awesome. Mahalo for that. Anyone else want to? Terry?
I'd like to also comment on that. You know, as far as the Hawaii Convention Center, all of us doing our part is incorporating buying local, obviously. In the Hawaii Convention Center, we always try to look for local product, local produce when we're doing our food and beverage orders. But not just that, but hosting events like Made in Hawaii Festival, really bringing small businesses together under one roof to really showcase what Hawaii has to offer, and bringing multiple islands together in something like that is something that we all need to do more of. I know that we're trying to incorporate smaller Made in Hawaii events to even offer to meeting planners, to have maybe like a little, you know, pop-up market for local vendors to showcase their gifts and crafts that meeting organizers or attendees that come to conferences here all buy gifts to take home. Why not make it easy for them here at the convention center when we have large conferences to have these small little pop-up markets, local markets, to showcase some of our local vendors that normally wouldn't have the ability to do that. So trying to do our part.
Well, mahalo nui for that, Terry. Okay, so I'm going to pause the question and answer here. This is, well, the folks up here represent about half of the markets and operations that we're in. We thought this would be a good break between the presentations to do this. So mahalo nui to all of you for coming up and answering these great questions. How about a round of applause, folks in the house? I think I can hear the thunderous applause over Zoom. Mahalo to all of you at home. So at this time, we're going to jump into our next chunk of presentations from the markets. We're going to take a really, really, really long flight from Europe all the way down to Oceania. Our team, who represents the Hawaiian Islands brand in Australia, as well as Aotearoa. At this time, I'd like to introduce our good friend, Jennifer Gaskin from Hawaii Tourism Oceania.
Aloha kako, o Jennifer Gaskin Ko'uinoa from Hawaii Tourism Oceania. I'm going to start the presentation today by introducing our team. We have Dara Walsh, Tourism Director based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Myself, Jennifer Gaskin, Account Director based in Sydney, Australia. Anna Rydell, who is our PR and Trade Manager based in Sydney, Australia. And Marie Robinson, Marketing and Campaigns Executive based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm just going to start with a general snapshot of the economy in Australia and New Zealand. Inflation has reduced, which is good news. It's down to 4.1% in Australia and 4.7% in New Zealand. Unemployment has increased slightly, but still remains low in both markets, 4.1% and 4% respectively. The exchange rate remains our biggest hurdle, and it remains quite challenging for both Australia and New Zealand, at 66 cents for the dollar for Australia and 62 cents for New Zealand currently. We had a really strong 2023 coming out of post-COVID restrictions. We had a total of 240,000 visitors from both markets, 187,000 from Australia and 52,000 from Aotearoa. We have a really high visitor spend from both Australia and New Zealand. The total spend was $639.5 million US dollars, and we also have one of the highest per person per day spends of any market at $293.5. Our average length of stay has remained high at 9.6 days. Our average traveller has an age of 45 years, and the average number of people in each party is 2.8. We have a really high percentage of repeat visitors from both Australia and New Zealand. over 60%, and each of those people has taken an average of 2.7 trips to the Hawaiian Islands. In terms of our neighbour island visitation, Oahu, being the main gateway into the Hawaiian Islands from both Australia and New Zealand, has 98% of visitation. Maui, which was traditionally the second highest visited island, has reduced slightly down to 11%, which is the same as the island of Hawaii, also 11%. And then we have Kauai at 7%. In terms of outbound travel sentiment, last year in 2023, 1.2 million Australians and New Zealanders visited the USA as a whole. That represents 75% of pre-pandemic levels, so a really strong recovery there. 14% of all trips to the USA from Australia and New Zealand were to Hawaii. That was only second to California, which was 28%. We've had a number of new airlines introducing routes from both Australia and New Zealand to the US mainland, and there's now 10 airlines flying directly from Australia or New Zealand to the USA. Our average lead booking time is 91 days, and interestingly, 56% of travellers don't know where they will plan to go on their trip when they start making the booking. So we have a really big opportunity there to attract visitors to the Hawaiian Islands. In terms of our strengths and weaknesses, one of our biggest strengths is our repeat visitation. Over 60% of travellers from Australia and New Zealand have been to the Hawaiian Islands more than once. They love Hawaii and they return year after year. We have a really strong brand presence in markets with many people who love the Hawaiian Islands. We have a great range of products in the Hawaiian Islands, especially in terms of outdoor, soft adventure and cultural experiences that are a perfect fit for the Australian traveller. And we have direct flights from both Australia and New Zealand. In terms of weaknesses, the high price of Hawaii is a challenge at the moment, as well as the exchange rate. The lack of a flight from Queensland in Australia is challenging, but those travellers are able to connect through Sydney, Australia or Auckland, New Zealand. We will have a reduced flight capacity from New Zealand this year, with Hawaiian Airlines moving to a seasonal schedule. In terms of opportunities, with the increased flight routes between Australia, New Zealand and the USA, we have an opportunity for dual destination stays between the Hawaiian Islands and the US mainland. We also have a real opportunity to target the responsible traveller segment, and that's something we're doing and that I'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation. We've also had some interest from small group tour companies wanting to do multi-island responsible tourism experiences, which is a real opportunity. In terms of threats, some of our competitor destinations do have extremely large budgets, and that makes it difficult to compete for consumer attention. Also, the price of our competitor set in terms of Bali, Fiji and Thailand is obviously a much lower price point for the consumer. Also, the increased capacity to the direct to the US mainland could drive traffic away from the Hawaiian Islands. And from Australia, Europe remains a really popular destination at the moment, slightly over the USA. In terms of our target audience, there's no change from previous years. We have our two main segments, young families with school-aged children and couples. Couples is now our biggest segment. Within both of these segments, we have our repeat traveller who knows and loves Hawaii and our responsible traveller, this new audience that we are trying to attract to Hawaii. And now I'll just run through our brand messaging. Our first main brand message is connection. The Hawaiian people have such a connection to culture, the land and the ocean, and we really want to convey that to visitors and show visitors how they can be part of that special bond. Then, of course, culture. This is pivotal to any visit to the Hawaiian Islands, and we're really trying to showcase the depth and breadth of culture across the islands and how visitors can take part. And then culinary. Culinary remains one of the strongest trends in travel, especially from our markets. It's a key driver of the choice of any destination. We believe Hawaii has a lot to offer in this area, not just in terms of restaurants, but also in terms of agritourism, and that's something that we're working hard to promote. Underpinning those three themes of connection, culture and culinary, of course, we will always be promoting Mālama Hawaii and Travel Pono. We'll be working hard on destination management, promoting signature festivals and events, and of course promoting Made in Hawaii, local businesses, and native Hawaiian-owned businesses. In terms of our marketing strategy, we have 4 main pillars: consumer brand awareness, our trade awareness and education program, our media education and visitation program, including social media and influencers, and strategic brand partnerships and sponsorships. Now just running through a few of the activities that we've started the year with. It's been a very busy start to the year in both Australia and New Zealand. We kicked off the year with Duke's Day. Duke's Day has been part of the freshwater social calendar since 2015. It took a hiatus during COVID, but resumed in this year. Hawaii Tourism Oceania was a major sponsor. We were lucky enough to have Moses Goods join us in Australia for the event. It involved beach cleanups, consumer events, film screenings, and community engagement. We also did a cleanup around Duke's statue at Freshwater. It was a great way to engage with the community. Last year we filmed our Journey with Aloha content series. It was 7 episodes as well as editorial content, all housed on the GoHawaii.com website. We used Samantha Harris, an Indigenous Australian activist and model, as the host. She travelled to all 4 major islands, trying out cultural experiences and outdoor activities. And we've promoted this activity through social media and online as well. This year we're also a sponsor of the Ocean Film Festival. This is our 2nd year being a major sponsor of the festival. It takes place in Australia and New Zealand. There are over 65 screenings in all states. Our sponsorship entails playing a video before each of the screenings to the audience of environmental, eco-friendly, responsible travellers. We're also giving away a trip to Hawaii at the end of the festival, and this is a really great opportunity to gather details of the consumers who are interested in this type of travel. And I'm just going to show you a video now of the trailer that will play before each screening.
I'm Samantha Harris. Come with me as we journey with Aloha.
I wish people knew more about Malama, honestly.
Malama means to take care of, with the altruistic understanding that if you take care of it, it will take care of you.
Taking care of not only the island, but also the ocean. If we destroyed it, it's only going to affect us in the end.
It's about being responsible so our kids and our grandkids can enjoy and have what we have today.
Hawaii is in the middle of the largest ocean in the world. The ocean for us connects us to everybody else, and it's really the way that we renew ourselves when we go in there. Learning about Malama has really given me a new understanding of how to travel and what to keep in mind when I'm visiting a new place.
This year we've also worked with International Traveller magazine. Last year they produced a beautiful Malama Hawaii guide for us, and this year they've put a guide to Hawaii's 50 best experiences across all of the islands. This will be placed in each issue of International Traveller magazine this month, and we'll also get an additional 2,000 copies to use at our consumer and trade expos and roadshows throughout the year. This is also Anna here at International Media Marketplace. This is a great opportunity for her to meet with media from Australia and New Zealand and start to schedule our visiting media program. We took part in the Hunter Travel Group Expo. This was a consumer expo in Newcastle, Australia. The Hunter Travel Group are part of the Hello World Group. They had over 5,000 consumers over the day, and we worked in conjunction with Hawaiian Airlines to promote holidays to Hawaii. We also took part in Visit USA and Brand USA in both New Zealand and Australia. This was in Auckland, Christchurch, Sydney, Brisbane and Melbourne. These are travel trade shows with on average 250 travel agents per show. I was also part of the Sustainable Tourism panel at Visit USA in Sydney, Brisbane and Melbourne, alongside New York City, Colorado and California, where we had the opportunity to talk to agents about the importance of responsible travel and what we're doing across the Hawaiian Islands to promote responsible travel. We also took part in the Travel Associates Showcase. Travel Associates are the luxury end of Flight Centre Group. Every year they gather 300 of their best Travel Associates travel agents for a product showcase. We were a gold sponsor, which meant we took part in the expo, and I also had the opportunity to present for 20 minutes to all of the agents. My Hawaii, part of Ignite Travel Group, is our first co-op partner of the year. They kicked off their co-op for Hawaii this month. They also travelled to Oahu and the island of Hawaii to refresh some of their content and to create a short video series which addressed some of the key pain points or objections to visiting Hawaii at the moment. This included things like how to make your trip a bit more economical, cultural activities, activities for the family, and how to get around using public transport. Looking forward to the rest of the year, next week we'll be joined by the We Are Explorers film crew. We Are Explorers are a digital publication based in Australia. They have an audience of responsible, sustainable travellers, and we're creating a 3-part video series based on responsible travel on Oahu. We worked with them previously on the island of Hawaii, and so this is an extension of that project. We have Month of Lay coming up in May, which is a roadshow for our island chapters that will take place across Australia and New Zealand. This year we are having the events in Auckland and Tauranga in New Zealand, and we will do secondary cities of Newcastle, the Gold Coast and Adelaide in Australia. We have a New Zealand FAMIL coming up with First Travel Group. We have a pre-IPW FAM coming up with product managers to the islands of Oahu and Maui. Of course, Aloha Down Under is back this year in September, and we are welcoming all of our partners to take part in that. That will be in Wellington, Auckland, Sydney, Brisbane and Melbourne. This year we will have additional media events in Melbourne as well as in Sydney and Auckland, B2B events in Auckland and Sydney, and we'll also introduce a consumer event at the Luxury Escapes travel store in Melbourne. We'll have a group media FAMIL taking place in the first half of the year. The theme for that is going to be culinary and agritourism. And of course, we'll continue with our agent training program, both webinars and in person throughout the year. Partnership opportunities for all of our stakeholders. We have 2 group trade FAMILs, one in May and one in October, 1 group media FAMIL. We have 10 remaining trade and consumer e-newsletters, so please do let us know if you have anything that you would like to be included in those. We have 10 months of social media content. Aloha Down Under, the expression of interest have been sent out, but let me know if you haven't received one and would like to take part. We have a number of webinars. We will send out the themes in the coming weeks for any stakeholders who would like to take part in those. And of course, our visiting media program. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui to you, Jen.
Aloha, everyone.
So we're gonna head a little bit north now to another one of our markets. You know, we can talk about our global source markets as these faraway countries with people we hope will come here and visit us in a respectful, mindful way. But a lot of times when we talk about our markets, we're talking about the ancestral homelands of so many kama'aina, right? Because we're a mixed community here, right? Many of us have heritages that reach out across the world. And so I have a very tiny little piece of this myself, but I'd like to welcome representing the Hawaiian Islands in China, our good friend Dennis Wu from Hawaii Tourism China. Dennis.
Aloha, everyone. I'm Dennis Wu from Hawaii Tourism China. Let's talk about China market now. This is our team, HTC Hawaii Tourism China's team. We have a small team, but a strong team. As you know, China market probably is the most challenging and the most complex market at this moment. And we have only 5 people in the team. Myself, Alex Wong, and both of us based here in Honolulu. William Zhang, Sarah Wang based in Beijing, and Jasmine Lee based in Shanghai. Let's look at a market situation. In terms of China visitor stats in 2023, we have very strong momentum in terms of PPPD, per day, per person spent, up 42% versus pre-pandemic in 2023, which is the highest spending level among all the international market. We reached to $343 PPPD level. But in terms of total spending, we are still lagging behind versus 2019 because we still haven't fully recovered in terms of total arrival number. But we are seeing good momentum in this year, 2024 Chinese New Year. We hope the momentum will continue in coming years. General economy, very stable exchange rate, Chinese yuan versus US dollar, about 5% down. Particularly if we talk about other Asian currencies, Chinese yuan renminbi is relatively stable. I would say that's also highlight why Chinese spending is higher than other nationalities. GDP is still growing at a 5% level, and the forecast is also 5% in 2024. And in China, there's no inflation. You can see in 2023, it's only like 0.2%. That's probably the biggest also difference versus other countries. Outbound travel sentiment in 2023, we are seeing a strong millennial market, recovery. And in terms of tour pattern, there are more independent FIT and the small group traveling. Beach vacation, nature, arts, cultural, family travel are very popular now. And also we are seeing quality and best, special experiences are more valued over the lower prices, kind of package. And also visa, particularly like coming to the U.S. visa, and also the travel costs are still the leading obstacle to recovery. Of course, and also we are lack of the direct flight from China to Hawaii. Air seats synopsis. As everybody knows, we don't have a direct flight from China to Hawaii, but there are still a lot of ways you can get to Hawaii from China. The ideal is connecting through Japan and Korea, Narita, Haneda, or Incheon Airport. So there are over 350 weekly flights flying to China through Japan and Korea, connecting 20 cities in China. All these key cities, Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Qingdao, Tianjin, etc. And in terms of the average, the airfare also pretty much returned to pre-pandemic level. Like the economic ticket price is about like $1,200 to $1,500 round trip from China to Hawaii, stopover in Japan or Korea. Business class is about $4,000. It's pretty much back to 2019 level. But there are also other ways to come to Hawaii. It's through West Coast, right? Particularly California. There are multiple flights, Chinese airlines, U.S. airlines flying to LA or San Francisco. But that little bit, further connecting through Asia. And good news is between U.S. and China, in terms of the direct flights, will be increased to 100 flights weekly from March 31st this year, on top of 70 flights currently. So that's the air seats synopsis situation. A competitive landscape. For Chinese market, we look at a competitive landscape in 3 tiers. One is we look at it in long-haul destinations. The other is island resort destinations, and also U.S. destinations. And in terms of total outbound visits in 2023, China outbound market recovered to 87 million in 2023 versus 2019. It's about like over 50% recovered. And in the U.S., we received about 850,000 Chinese visitors in 2023 as a total. And also a lot of countries, particularly in Southeast Asia, they are offering visa waiver programs, such as Thailand and Singapore, because they are getting a lot of the Chinese visitors now. Also, in terms of long-haul destination, I would like to highlight one country is Australia. Now, all 8 Chinese airlines that flew through Sydney have returned. So 86% of the air capacity are recovered. In terms of island resort destination, I like to highlight is the Maldives, because last year pretty much all the key cities, they resumed the flights from China to Maldives, including recently in 2024, Hong Kong also resumed 3 weekly flights to Maldives. These are the most important competitive landscape we need to look at. Marketing strategy. Our marketing strategy always we look at who's our target audience. It's very consistent. We look at our target audience in 3 segments: the millennium individualist and the multi-generation family segment, and also we call the affluent, high net worth individual segment. It's very consistent versus last year and also before. Branding message. It's not just about the message, it's really about how you communicate the message through your ecosystem. So how we look at communicating the message, Malama Hawaii, in Chinese we call 关爱夏威夷, mainly through B2B channel and the B2C channel. But our strategy is how we can create more creative content to talk about Malama Hawaii, why we need to Malama Hawaii to our consumer, then drive the demand through B2B channel, OTA platforms, booking platforms, and also airlines to drive the demand to our islands. So the key thing is the digital content marketing to drive trade marketing. And further down, next year, we are also looking for more creative and also to communicate the message in a manner that is more suited to Chinese consumer, while maintaining the tone of Hawaii as a unique destination, interact with travelers respectively. So the message we will going to start this year is called 拥抱一切想象 in Chinese. English translation is embrace all imagination. So this is the goal to drive demand by improving our brand awareness of our Hawaiian Islands, to showcase our culture, history, people, and natural beauty, and also to differentiate us from other island resort destinations, and to offer an authentic, diverse experience, and let the travelers to define the uniqueness of our islands, because we have so much to offer: natural beauty, history, diverse culture, and it's hard to use one word or one tagline to define all of our offer. So we think this is a great message to start communicating to our audience starting from this year. In terms of social marketing strategy, same as before, focus on content creation and also consistent message across all the platforms, including social media platforms, also travel booking platforms, and also emphasizing and continued our collaboration with our partners, such as airline, OTA, and also like the U.S. Embassy and consulate in China. These are the QR codes of our platforms we have right now in Chinese platforms. Travel trade strategy, same as before, focus on education. That's our strategy for travel trade. And our target audience like OTA, wholesalers, and we will focus on, in terms of the content, is about Hawaii, and also more importantly is each individual island unique brand. Also incorporate Malama Hawaii regenerative tourism content. And lastly, the last not the least is the partnership with our U.S. Embassy Beijing, U.S. Consulate, Education USA, and Brand USA for offline events such as the Travel and Tourism Roadshow. Also online marketing program to engage all these our target audience. marketing implementation. So this year to date, we also receive great results in terms of social marketing. Year to date impression received nearly about 500,000 impression and over 30,000 engagement across all the social media platforms. And here I'd like to highlight one thing. So we developed a very interesting creative design is the red envelope cover. You know, in China now everybody is using WeChat to send a digital envelope. So we have a Hawaii-themed red packet cover, and we've been distributing this to our target audience and also our social media posts. And this is the influencer we had last year, November, from the FAM tour, and I'd like to share one video from our influencer. The platform is called Xiaohongshu Little Red Book. That's very well received. We total hit 68,000 impression and 5,000 engagement. This is the video.
夏威夷住着一群胸无大志的年轻人。这位20多岁的小哥，20多年来从没离开过岸上的贸易岛生活，而他如今的工作就是继续玩着儿时的寻宝游戏。在夏威夷，像他这样胸无大志的年轻人还有很多，比如这个跟我一样大的咖啡农场小哥。
Too much seasons back there.
You know what is the easiest job in Hawaii? Being a weatherman. You know why? It's 80 degrees again. Back to you exports. Hold it, done. My job is over.
How can I get over? 如果你胸有大志，那这种心态你可能很难共情，包括这当地人的生活哲学。
You know what the 3 L means?
There's a 3 L's?
Yeah. Live, love, and laugh.
我起初并没有很在意这个把生活过度简单化的谚语，直到我问起他的年龄。
I'm 80 right now.
Wait, what?
I'm going to turn 81.
Because you look like a young guy who look old.
跟夏威夷人聊天时，我发现他们很少谈起未来这件事儿。
So do you study like related majors?
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought like you maybe study like related major and so you work here. Oh, what is your favorite part of working here?
It's calm. And it's pretty straightforward. It's easy for me. Favorite part? Honestly, I like all of it. As long as I'm out in the forest.
他没有跟我提起他的计划和梦想，但那些所谓的大志，却在这些理由面前显得遥远而空洞。我们就这样一边聊着，一边砍掉了大量的有害植物。而此时，这个寻宝的小哥也在等待我把宝藏还给大海。Malama Hawaii， 关爱夏威夷是当地人挂在嘴边的一句话，我想也是他们最在乎的当下。
Slow everything down so you can actually smell everything.
大自然的感觉。
So you can actually taste everything.
Gears won't turn and the leaves won't grow. Dawn is coming and open.
You put live, love, laugh in the front.
Into the sun as a new day's rise.
And travel trade education, same, and we've been continue to focus on the education as discussed. And this year we had 2 important travel trade education roadshow. One is in southern China, Shenzhen. The other one is in Shenyang in northern China. 2 roadshows partner with the U.S. consulate. And there are 14 organizations from U.S. participating in this promotion event. And over 340 people from a local travel industry registered. And in coming months, we have very important initiative I would like to share is the China Travel Mission. And the program and also the data are already set, which will be in Shanghai, May 27 to 29, in Beijing, May 21st. This travel mission will partner with ITB Shanghai and to leverage all their, this is the largest and the most effective travel trade show in China. So we'll partner with ITB Shanghai and to have the exposure to top 500 buyers. And also, I send all the detailed information to our partners. Please look at it. And I have already confirmed 12 entities, our stakeholders already confirmed to participate this event. And this is also after pandemic first travel mission to China. So we'd really like to have more our stakeholders to participate and join this mission. We also had a very successful music festival collaboration with the SEEC Media Group, which is the largest financial media group in China, and completed 2 large concerts. And we brought about 1,800 audience in these 2 concerts. Lokahi, as you know, in Hawaiian words, is unity and also harmony. So the goal is how we can bring more this world-class artists from China, from other countries to Hawaii, to make Hawaii also a cultural hub, not just for a vacation. This is also the place for world-class cultural events. And there are some other great partnership opportunities, and you can check HTA's website ongoing basis, like such as the social media posting and the U.S. Embassy Education USA roadshow opportunities. And also we are bringing 2 individual one travel trade trip and also individual one press trip to our islands. And so all the details on HTA website, please check all the details. And you can also reach out to us at info@htchina.net.cn. and also reach out to me and my colleagues, Alex Wong. That's pretty much to just update about China market. And mahalo, 谢谢. Happy the year of dragon. Thank you.
Sheshe and mahalo nui, Dennis. Mahalo for that. Now, Dennis mentioned we don't have any direct air service from China to Hawaii at this time, and so we have 2 more stops before we get back here to the Hawaii Convention Center for questions and answers. Next, we head over to Korea. So at this time, I'd like to introduce from Hawaii Tourism Korea, Irene Lee.
Aloha! I'm Irene Lee, Country Director from Hawaii Tourism Korea. I have some exciting updates from Korean market for Hawaii. Let me introduce our team. We have a team of 6 in the Korean market. And starting with macroeconomics. Coming out of the pandemic, Korean economy is projected to grow 2.2% this year. Inflation will decelerate to 2.3%. Private consumption is expected to slow down a little due to the high interest rate environment. The exchange rate has been stable, but U.S. dollar remains strong against Korean won. And the fuel surcharge is down 19% last month compared to the same month of last year. Korea sent over 160 visitors to Hawaii last year. It was about 72% recovery compared to 2019. The total visitor expenditure is about 88% last year compared to 2019. But the total per person per day spending by the Korean visitors was actually 10% higher compared to 2019. I'd like to highlight just 4 travel trends out of Korea for Hawaii. Food is an important element for Korean visitors when they travel. And 87% of Koreans are willing to travel for local food. Set jetting is huge in Korea. 88% desire to travel to the destination that they have seen on TV or movie. And 45% actually booked travel to the destination that they have seen on screen. So screen tourism is huge, and this is compared to the global average of 72%, Koreans' desire for set jetting is fairly high. Small luxury is something that Koreans would love to enjoy while US dollar remains strong. 22% of Koreans plan to upgrade their air travel to business or first class, and people look to spend a little more to upgrade their travel experiences. Lastly, many people have postponed their anniversary travels during the pandemic. 71% said that they will travel for celebrations, anniversaries, different types of family events for 2024. As for the airlift, the total air seats from Korea to Hawaii last year recovered to about 86% compared to 2019. And in terms of total flights, total number of flights from Korea, we have recovered about 89% compared to 2019. Currently, there are 4 carriers flying to Hawaii from Korea. Korean Air's flying daily. Asiana Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines, they are flying 5 weekly flights. And we have seasonal service by Air Premia. So the biggest news in the Korean aviation industry is the possible merger between Korean Air and Asiana Airlines. EU just approved the merger last month, and out of the 14 countries or regions, 13 have already approved the merger, and only one country that's pending is U.S. While T-Way Air is becoming the solution for European destinations for antitrust, Air Premia is the possible solution for U.S. region for the merger. So Air Premia is the 4th carrier out of the Korean market for Hawaii. They're currently operating 4 weekly flights to Hawaii from end of December to March 4th. And after a stable tryout of the seasonal service, there is a high possibility of continuing these service to Honolulu in the future. A large share of Korean outbound travel are focused on short-haul destinations such as Japan, Southeast Asia, and nearby destinations. So these are due to affordability because of the proximity of short-haul from Korea. For long-haul destinations, there are many charter flights to European destinations, enabling cheaper travel costs. Our target audience from the Korean market are mindful travelers, and by segments, we have 4 distinctive target segments of mainstreamers, sweethearts, wellness seekers, and the high-value travelers. We will continue to inspire Koreans with the overarching brand message of Malama Hawaii, while focusing on Malama Maui this year to promote the respectful travel and to support the local community in Maui. For the sub-message of My True Aloha, Hawaii Tourism Korea will introduce the authentic culture and beauty of Hawaii through a variety of travel experiences that Koreans can relate to. So our key strategies would be to increase airlift, work with travel agents to align with Malama Hawaii initiatives, organize FAMs and various trade events to boost destination awareness and drive product sales. Implement paid and earned media programs to generate exposure with our branding messages, and promote local festivals and community programs to encourage participation. Some of the key campaigns that we're planning to implement this year, first with Malama Hawaii branding campaign. The campaign components are co-op ad campaign with credit card partners, collaboration with travel agents to support Maui tour products, and updating the Malama Maui content in our 3D showroom website. Second major campaign is called My True Aloha campaign. The programs include 4 components: co-op promotion with airlines and OTAs, trade fam trip, consumer photo exhibition and talk shows, and lastly, hashtag My True Aloha social media campaign through our channels. Next would be Made in Hawaii campaign, and the components would include Ono Hawaii promotion with influencers and major retail companies, Made in Hawaii gift promotions through trade partners, and inclusion of local food or farm visits whenever we do FAMs. Lastly, Hawaii Outdoor campaign would be one of our major programs. And this is to position Hawaii as a year-round premium outdoor destination. Media campaign to highlight Hawaii's outdoor attractions and leisure activities, an outdoor activity influencer fam tour, golf promotion for especially the Lotte Championship happening in November. And we will be working with influencers on these initiatives. These are major programs, and for the partnership opportunities, we will post these programs online so that you can contact us for collaboration. Mahalo, that's it from Korea.
Mahalo nui, Irene. Great presentation. Lots of great things happening in Korea. You know, Korea was one of our first international markets to start a strong recovery following the global pandemic. And, you know, Malama Hawaii has been and will continue to be at that intersection where our marketing message, where our destination management message, where our commitment to the people of Hawaii, both now and into the future, the generations yet unborn. Malama Hawaii is that value, that ethic, where that all meets. We heard from some of the different markets, including Korea, how built upon that value, built upon that ethic, our message, our brand is growing, evolving, moving into the future, being responsive to the needs here in Hawaii and also out in the markets. And so before I bring up Eric Takahata from Hawaii Tourism Japan, I wanted to first show a video from their new campaign, Beautiful Hawaii. And following his presentation, we'll take a look at another one, It's Gotta Be Hawaii. Following all of that, then we'll be back here for Q&A. So a reminder to everyone on Zoom, I know there are hundreds of you there. Please feel free to drop those questions into the Q&A on Zoom. And just like last time, we'll bring those down here and ask our esteemed panelists to answer your wonderful questions. So at this time, we'll take a look at Beautiful Hawaii, and then we'll go into the presentation by Hawaii Tourism Japan.
私たちはどこから来たのか、どこへ向かうのか。 それはどこかへ行くこと、何かを消費することなのでしょうか。旅、その本質は日常の中で忘れかけたかけがえのない美しさに出会うこと、その大切さに気づくことなのだと私たちは思うのです。景観だけの美しさではない、感謝と礼節、愛と信念、思いやりと助け合い、人間の根源の美しさ、この星の崇高な美しさ、そんな透明な美しさは人を純真な思いにかきたて、旅人を伝道師へと変えていく。心にまっすぐ届いたものはしまっておくより大切な誰かに伝えたいから。旅をすることはそこにしかない美しさに出会うこと、そしてその美しさを取り入れ広げていくことなのかもしれません。尊く気高く曇りのない人の愛に、自然の命に、歴史の力にあふれたハワイの島々へ訪れませんか。取り戻しませんか。そして誰かに届けませんか。今一番美しいハワイから。
Aloha, let's talk about Japan. First of all, here's your organization chart. As you can see, there's 4 highly qualified staff supporting you in the Hawaii office here in Honolulu, and 5 even more qualified staff supporting you in our Tokyo office in Japan. So let's jump right into it. Market situation. Here are the Japan visitor stats. When you look across the board, you can see that the Japan market is about 40% recovered to 2019. And so that means we have a lot of work to do in the Japan market. But the one area that we are happy about is that we're up in the length of stays, just because it costs so much to come to Hawaii right now from Japan. And so we're up a little more in the length of stay, and the Japanese are staying a little longer, which is good news. The market situation. What's happening in Japan? What's the economy look like? So overall, in general, the Japanese economy is in good shape. It is recovering slowly, day by day. But the biggest struggles that the Japanese economy has against the rest of the world are several things, right? We have the Japanese yen, which is not quite as strong as we want it to be, especially against the US dollar. Right now, it's about 150 yen per dollar versus, say, last year about the same time. I'm sorry, 2019 at the same time. It was about 110 yen per dollar. So about a 45% decrease in spending value for the Japanese visitor against the US dollar. US inflation continues to be stubborn and sticks with us, but we hope that will be cooling soon. And higher fuel surcharges by what's happening around the world, and especially a pricing sensitivity now towards Hawaii. Hawaii is viewed as a very expensive destination to come to now for the Japanese. Outbound travel. So overall outbound travel from Japan is recovering at a very steady pace. About 50% of all outbound travel from Japan is recovered. So that means going from Japan, Japanese citizens going to foreign destinations have recovered to about 50% to 2019 levels. The Japanese government continues to encourage Japan, the citizens of Japan to travel and to do the things that they used to do in travel as they did in pre-pandemic in 2019, which is great. And the very good news that Hawaii remains still the choice of destination for desired travel for abroad destinations. Here's your air seat synopsis. So when you look across the board, we see that there's about 70% of the seat supply returned into the market from 2019. Very good news for us, and we're very thankful to all of our airline companies and our air suppliers that supply the seats to Hawaii, as they've returned this many seats. 70% of it back in the market compared to 2019. Now, this is something that I kind of want to spend a little time on. Look at the package cost comparison. The cost to come to Hawaii, I said in an earlier slide, is expensive, quite frankly, for the Japanese visitor. And when you look at, for example, in January of 2024, a 4-night package to come to Hawaii costs more than a 4-night package to go to Europe, Paris, France, for example. It costs more to come for the Japanese visitor to come to Hawaii. And then, in February of this year, the pricing still gets a little more competitive, say, for example, against Europe, Paris. But when you look across the board against all of our competition, we're still considerably more to come to. Now, add to that U.S. inflation and the cost of Hawaii pricing, and that kind of just exacerbates the struggle that we have for returning the Japanese market as quick as we want it to. Our marketing strategies. So our target audiences, this doesn't change. This hasn't changed since pre-pandemic. It'll be the affluent traveler, your romantic couples, your experience seekers, your younger generation, and of course, multi-generational families. Now, the core brand message that we'll be messaging our target segment with, and if you remember during the pandemic, coming right out of the pandemic, it was Malama Hawaii, which is a very timely message, something that was very needed for the Japan market, but really, at HTJ, we look to now pivot out of Malama Hawaii and understanding the urgency to really drive the business back to Hawaii as soon as possible, as quick as possible, is something that we're going to be focusing on. And so you'll see our messaging start to get a little more aggressive and really just concentrating on returning the business as quick as possible. So coming out of the pandemic, this campaign that we started in Q4 of last year was something called Beautiful Hawaii. And it is our first pivot coming out of Malama, which is a little more aggressive message. And then I have another iteration of Malama Hawaii coming, be able to show you in other slides, which is called Yappari Hawaii. It's gotta be Hawaii, translated. And that's another kind of more aggressive messaging campaign that we'll be starting, has started, I'm sorry, in holiday of last season, and will be continuing into Q1 of this year. So our strategy, we'll continue to pursue those target segments that I named in the other slide, and really focusing in on really niche type of groups, romance, golf, so on and so forth, and really with the idea of stimulating demand, right? Creating anticipation, stimulating demand to return the business as soon as possible, and to really ramp up the interest to travel again to the Hawaiian Islands from Japan. And then, of course, showcasing our brand appeal, Hawaii's brand appeal, compared to all the other competing destinations. So how are we going to implement that? What's the marketing implementation? No surprise here, digital, digital, digital. That'll be a big part of what we do, as well as out of home, a lot of print and even radio and some other medias that are still well received in Japan. Our distribution strategy will be used to get the message out. Now, I'll give you a taste of beautiful Hawaii, maybe in a future slide. And then the campaign that I just mentioned, Yappari Hawaii, which is our latest iteration of the more kind of aggressive messaging to market our destination here. So again, like I said, digital marketing will be heavy on for Yappari Hawaii and that initiative and that campaign, as it is in most of our campaigns and initiatives. And social media, you name it, so on and so forth, using influencers, and really to get the message out about Hawaii in a more aggressive way. So here's a taste of the campaign.
We gotta make our story. 思いっきりご褒美始めよう。目いっぱい親孝行始めよう。無制限で青春始めよう。全力で恋始めよう。すべて忘れて自分磨き始めよう。食べて遊んで学んで整えて取り戻すには十分すぎる。色とりどりの体験がここにある。誰にとっても優雅で開放的で安心で非日常な体験がここにある。もう一度まばゆいほどに輝ける旅始めるならやっぱりハワイ。
So that was a taste of Yappari Hawaii. It's got to be Hawaii. And we will continue to get even more aggressive on the messaging in Japan to, again, understanding that we have to return the business as soon as possible. Now, our romance promotion is something that was started again later last year. And I'm happy to report that we are collaborating with the wedding associations, both here in Hawaii and Japan, and really just been wonderful partners for this market. This market is something, again, that we have to return as soon as possible. A very affluent market to encourage, having your ceremonies, your wedding ceremonies, your honeymoon, so on and so forth. Returning the romance market is very important to us as well. Here's a taste of that.
ハワイへのウェディング旅行や夫婦の記念旅行、これらに共通する大切なものとは、心と心がつながる体験。
So in the interest of time, I'm going to move on, but this is a taste of our romance promotion. And then I mentioned golf. Golf is another kind of niche market that we identified that would respond quick, again, and all in the spirit of driving business back here as soon as possible. So here's a taste of our golf promotion.
伸びやかな大地を太陽とかける。時の流れを忘れ、柔らかな風に包まれる。心がほどけるハワイ島の魅力の数々。その一つ一つを味わい、ゴルフを楽しむ。他にはない贅沢な時間を。プレイゴルフ、プレイハワイ。この島の祝福をあなたも。
プレイゴルフ、プレイハワイ。ナイスショー。息を飲む絶景にワクワクのショッピング。海沿いのレストランでグルメを堪能しちゃって、エメラルドグリーンのビーチで最高のリフレッシュ。遊び尽くせないほどのハワイの魅力を楽しもう。プレイゴルフ、プレイハワイ。次の旅行はハワイでゴルフ旅。
Okay, just makes you want to grab your golf clubs and come to Hawaii right now, right? We'll continue collaborating with media, very important to us, our travel, trade, education, your fam tours coming to Hawaii. We'll continue with those initiatives. Our direct consumer events, we're talking large Hawaii-based consumer events in market in Japan. These events draw anywhere from 30 to 40,000 people in a matter of days. Concentrating on Hawaii, a lot of you have come with us on these campaigns and promotions to Japan, and we just thank you for your collaboration and your partnership. We continue to ask for that moving forward. Our travel trade initiatives will continue. Our Japan Summit, a lot of you participate in that, and our Japan Mission will also be happening this year as well. Our industry partner collaboration, can't stress this enough. The travel industry in Japan and market, so important to us in everything that we do. A lot of our budget will be dedicated to co-ops, again, driving business back here as soon as possible. Our airlines, our wholesalers, our online travel agencies, everyone in collaboration to get as many Japanese visitors here back to Hawaii as soon as possible. And collaboration with even the Japanese government, with entities like JATA, the Japan Association of Travel Agencies, which we work very close with. We'll be working with them as well to return the business. Made in Hawaii product promotion, really, really important for us again. Pre-pandemic, we were doing some of this, but now coming out of the pandemic, we see the high importance of Made in Hawaii product promotion, about telling the message, telling the story of Hawaii through Made in Hawaii product, and helping really our local businesses here sell product in Japan is something that we'll be concentrating on as well. Working with DBED, working with the governor's office, working with even our mayor's office in promoting Hawaii-made product will be really important for us moving forward in the Japanese market. Here are our partnership opportunities. Again, we thank you so much for all of our partners here locally in Hawaii. You have been awesome. And you are always with us and part of us. I know a lot of you come to our monthly meetings that we have here locally and are part of our missions and our initiatives in market in Japan. So we continue to ask for your partnership and collaboration. And thank you very much for everything that you do. Mahalo. ありがとうございます。
Hi, arigato, mahalo nui, Eric, for that wonderful update and for the fantastic work that you and your entire team do. Okay, it's Q&A time. We do have one additional face that you haven't met yet here. We talked earlier about how many of our markets are geographically based, and then there are some exceptions to that. We heard from Meet Hawaii, which covers meetings, conventions, and incentives. And I'd like to introduce to you one of my colleagues, Mr. Ross Wilcombe. He is a brand manager, and he handles our sports portfolio. And when we think about sports, you heard little bits and pieces from other folks with Hawaii Tourism Korea and the partnership with Lotte, their sponsorship of some of our golf tournaments here. I just wanted to play one video real quick, and then we're going to talk to Ross about that. So if we could cue up the golf video, please. Or should I say tee it up?
The PGA Tour season beginning on the Plantation Course at Kapalua.
Perfect day on the Kona Coast. The Mitsubishi Electric Championship.
The Sony Open in Hawaii, Wailai Country Club. Once again on the world stage.
The Century featuring 59 of the best players in the world back in the PGA Tour winner's circle.
In the Kona waters, and look out.
Great way to finish.
Steven Alker wins the Mitsubishi Electric Championship at Hualalai.
As is so often the case at the Sony Open, we've got a playoff. Wow.
Grayson Murray's done it again.
We wrap up an emotional week here, just 5 months from the devastating fires down in Lahaina as this community continues to recover. Everyone here hoping that this tournament provided a positive impact in those efforts, which will continue in the years to come.
All right, so that was a look at a number of the PGA golf tournaments that we partner with as the Hawaiian Islands. So, Ross, tell us a little bit about the importance of partnerships like that.
The PGA Tour partnership is one of the most important things we do from a sports perspective. Not only does it give us international coverage, particularly to our key source markets, but it contributes greatly to the local economy. In addition to over $2 million in charitable donations, we're talking over $100 million of economic impact across 3 tournaments and 3 islands.
Mahalo for that, Ross. And the Century, in particular, was the first large-scale event to return to West Maui following the fires. That was in early January, right?
It was the first week of January, and we were obviously incredibly sensitive after the devastation. So we had folks on the ground that were interviewing attendees to find out what they thought of it being back in West Maui, so soon after that. And I'm happy to report that 73% of folks said that it was not a disruption at all to the West Maui community, and 79% said that it was very important for HTA to support events like this.
Oh, yeah, and mahalo for that. We at Hawaii Tourism Authority worked really closely with the team putting on the Century, with the folks on the ground, with the County of Maui. Certainly you saw Mayor Rick Bisson in that video, so aloha to Mayor Bisson and the whole Maui County Ohana. So that was an example of an event that we did move forward with, kept it at the original venue, the Ritz-Carlton Kapalua, kind of the northmost resort area in West Maui, the farthest away from the fire-impacted areas in Lahaina town proper. There was another event, another very hotly anticipated sporting event that is usually in Lahaina at the Lahaina Civic Center, which in the wake of the fire was being used for disaster relief as a community center. Can we roll the video about the Maui Invitational, and then we'll talk about that a little? was quite a production. It was a really big tournament to pick up and move in a relatively short time to execute that planning. We're so thankful that we were able to host it here on Oahu rather than losing it to somewhere else. But talk to us a little bit about how that all happened, Ross.
Again, after the fires and this event being held in November, it was incredibly important for everyone at all levels of the state government to make sure that we were able to keep this event in state. And with the Lahaina Civic Center being used for FEMA, HAIMA, and the Red Cross, we knew that that was not going to be a possibility. So I'm happy to report that folks from all levels of government, from the governor's office all the way down to the folks at UH, came together with our partners and were able to pull this off in a relatively short time. You saw in that video some of the camps that were held here at the Hawaii Convention Center for the local community. And as you see, it contributed $25 million in economic impact to the state that we were able to retain in about an 8-week period, moving the entire production here.
Mahalo for that. And just so everybody knows, our sports programming is not only those kinds of very large, big national audience events. We're also proud to partner with the community on more local-based events. What are a few examples of that?
Well, we promote opportunities for local surfers through challenge events that allow them to rise through the ranks here in our partnership with the World Surf League. We have partnerships, again, with golf, both on the men's and the women's side. And then, again, with local amateur and college sports. And coming up in April, here's a shameless plug, we will be hosting the men's Big West Volleyball Championships at the Sand Sheriff Center, the 18th through the 20th of April.
All right, we'll be sure to tune in. Mahalo for that, Ross. Lots of great questions coming in. Again, if you're on Zoom, go ahead and plug your questions into the Q&A function, and I'll get them right here on my phone. So this question is for you, Eric. If we're a local business, how can we work with HTJ to sell our products in Japan? Maybe we can talk about our partnership in Haneda and some of the other ways.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for the question. There are many ways that you can work with us, but what I'd like to, I guess, expound on a little bit, Ili, about what we do for Made in Hawaii. It's really a multi kind of channeled approach, multi-organization approach. Of course, HTA. You guys give us great direction on how to and what to do in that arena, and then we also get really good partnership and help from DBED. Which is a big part of this Made in Hawaii campaign or initiative that we have. And then we work with a bunch of private sector folks on doing this. And so, this question comes from somebody that probably is aware of our Haneda Airport initiative that we had last year in Q4 of last year, which was highly successful. Highest sales ever in over a 3-day event in the airport. All Hawaii-based, Hawaii-themed, Hawaii-based, all Hawaii-made product. We had Leonard's Bakery there. We had everybody and anybody you can think of as far as Hawaii-made product, mostly food product, but was really successful, very, very successful. And we will continue that effort moving forward. And I think I speak for all of our contractors or our global marketing team that I think we're all focused on this. We're going to look to further that out for everyone, not only in Japan. We want to reach across the aisle and work with Korea, China, Oceania, and everyone, the international global marketing partners, to expand that out, because we think that we have created a great template for that. And so for how you can work with us, there's many ways. First, contact our office, first of all, and we can get the ball rolling. But I'll pass this to Mitsue to maybe finish out.
Okay, so the most important thing is contents and stories. Our job is to really educate and then share the stories. And then so we do work with island chapters, because each island has amazing Made in Hawaii island products. And then all those information coming through, it's really important. So on our own media, social media, website, we have translated in Japanese and have what is a Made in Hawaii product. There are so many different kinds of Made in Hawaii products. So, most important is contents and stories to distribute and educate.
Mahalo nui for that. We have a question for Ross, jumping back to the Maui Invitational. The question is, how much marketing will HTA be lending to the Maui Gym Invitationals? The Maui Invitationals return to Maui, and so kind of tell us what that partnership looks like for next year or this year.
First, let me say that it is 100% certain that the Maui Invitational will return to its home on Maui and in Lahaina next year. It was something that we were adamant about, and the community has been so receptive to that. They are Makaukau. So we're ready to go there. We will be lending our support here locally to reach our local audience. And again, we'll be promoting through the ESPN set of events leading up to the tournament and partnering with the 8 schools that will be participating.
Awesome. Mahalo nui for that. So there are a few more questions, but I know that time is starting to run short. So if you submitted a question, we will answer that in on our website, hawaiitourismauthority.org, when we post this recording along with the materials presented today, including the videos and the slide decks. So mahalo to our esteemed panel. Don't go quite yet. You know, the Hawaii Tourism Authority has been around for a quarter century, 25 years. And in those 25 years, in that quarter century, the government's role in tourism has evolved, has grown, has shifted. The community's relationship with tourism has evolved and grown and shifted. And so looking back on 25 years of this statutory mandate to manage Hawaii tourism for the benefit of the people of Hawaii, it was time to take a look at the model under which we govern Hawaii tourism. What is the state's kuleana? How can the state best effectuate that kuleana to best govern tourism for the people of Hawaii? We're currently undergoing a governance study. The Hawaii Tourism Authority has commissioned some really, really smart folks, a team led by Kathy Ritter of Better Destinations, to study different models around the world, the way different places manage and govern tourism in their homes. We're taking the time to talk story with folks across Hawaii, different stakeholders in the industry, in the community, and so on. We want to encourage everyone to participate in this effort. So to tell you a little bit more about that, I'm going to toss it over to Kathy Ritter from Better Destinations.
Hello, I'm Kathy Ritter. I'm the founder of Better Destinations, a tourism consultancy that has been engaged by the Hawaii Tourism Authority to develop recommendations about how Hawaii tourism should be structured in the future to provide long-term guidance and support for one of Hawaii's most important industries, and in fact, its signature industry. I'm joined in this project by a team of top tourism experts from around the world, including one of the most distinguished tourism researchers in the country and colleagues from Belgium, and a local tourism partner, Carrie Kapoy, who is someone who is very well acquainted with Hawaii communities, and she is helping us reach out across the state to make certain that we are connecting with people of all kinds, people of all interests. We want to make certain that we're connecting with Hawaii tourism stakeholders, and what that means is if you have an interest in Hawaii tourism, that makes you a Hawaii tourism stakeholder, and we hope you will take part in this process. We're creating a lot of different ways for voices to be heard. We've created a website called hawaiitourismgovernance.com. You will find a link to a survey on that website, and we hope that you will fill out that survey, take 10 minutes of your day to tell us what you think about how Hawaii tourism should be structured for the future. We hope you will join us in this. We are also interviewing a number of people across the state. We're going to be holding public engagement sessions. We are taking a very thorough look at this very important topic, but most of all, we need to hear from you. So please take that survey and please visit hawaiitourismgovernance.com.
Mahalo nui, Kathy. That's hawaiitourismgovernance.com, that independent study commissioned by us but operated fully independently. Please go share your thoughts. be as candid, be as thorough as you like. The more we hear, the better decisions we can make about tourism governance going forward for the benefit of all Hawaii. We do know that destination stewardship is an important component of any governance structure. When we think about asking folks, inviting folks to come here, we must also think about the ways that we host them and the ways that we malama our place here in Hawaii through education, through various programs. Now, you all may have met my good friend here, Kalani Ka'ana'ana, in his capacity as Chief Brand Officer for the Hawaiian Islands. He is transitioning to a new role, leading our stewardship efforts. So allow me to introduce you. Allow me to introduce you to Chief Stewardship Officer for the Hawaii Tourism Authority to give us a bit of an overview of what is destination stewardship. Please welcome Kalani Ka'ana'ana.
Aloha mai kākou. So good to be with all of you this morning. Grateful to the team that's presented and put this together today. It's really an exciting partnership when I think about our work on the branding side as well as stewardship. And I like to think about it in that two parts that can't be separated. They go together. As we educate visitors and create demand for the Hawaiian Islands, what is the visitor experience like when they're in Hawaii? And that's certainly a part of our work in destination stewardship. I think about our programming around Hawaiian culture, natural resources, the visitor experience, our destination management action plans, and so much more, whether it's workforce or other programs. And so really, when we think about it quite simply, it's how do we protect what makes Hawaii so special? How do we make sure that we as an industry can be more sustainable in what we do from an environmental standpoint, as well as economic and justice and other DEI opportunities? And then again, how do we highlight and showcase the best that Hawaii has to offer? And so I really think we're energized. We know we have a lot of work ahead of us. We know we have much work to do in that space, and it's really an important work. I want to highlight, I think, three things that I think make destination stewardship work important and what I'm going to ask for. The first is our prioritization of community engagement. Residents need a better and stronger voice in tourism decision-making, and we've done that through the destination management action plans and the planning process, as well as our destination managers who work on island across the state. And so I think that's the first area of priority for me, is how do we continue to engage community in this process and make sure that we're hearing and listening more than we're talking. I think we think about also making data-driven decisions, making sure that the programs that we implement are based in facts, making sure that they're based in evidence, and so that we can be efficient with the resources that we have, and making sure that Hawaii is our home and it improves our quality of life. And then I think thirdly, again, it's all the programmatic work, and I listed some of it at the top, but again, there are 6 main program areas that you can find in our tourism marketing and management plan. It's our annual plan that outlines all the work that we do, and so after today, if you want to go on our website, the programs are listed under what we do, HawaiiTourismAuthority.org. But thanks for this opportunity to offer this overview. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui a Oya Kalani. Record time too, the guy. Mahalo nui. Now, we're going to hear more from Kalani when we bring up our closing panel today. Just wanted to make a programming note that there were such robust discussions today, excellent presentations, great questions from all of you in the audience. We are going to go into overtime. Thanks to our friends at Olelo, they have created the space for us to extend this morning's update till 12:30. So we're getting an additional half hour. If you are able to continue to join us, please do. And if not, again, the recording of this entire update, as well as the supporting materials and the questions that we didn't get to during our live Q&A sessions, will all be at HawaiiTourismAuthority.org. If you registered for the Zoom, we'll make sure that you get the email pointing you there as soon as it's ready. Now, the folks you heard from so far today, they are our contracted partners, an extension of ourselves at the Hawaii Tourism Authority out in the markets around the world and in the various specialized sectors like meetings, conventions, and incentives. We have a new member of our family. The Kilohana Collective is the tourism arm of the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. They joined us to help advance our work in destination stewardship. There's a number of programs under their purview, under the able management of us here at the Hawaii Tourism Authority, working closely with the Kilohana team. To tell you a little bit about those, I now turn it over to the Chief Administrator for Kilohana, Mr. Tyler Iokepa Gomes.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Tyler Iokepa Gomes. I'm the Chief Administrator for Kilohana, and I'm here to provide the spring update on destination stewardship. Under our 5 different programs, the first of which is our Visitor Education and Post-Arrival Marketing Program, or VPAM, we're doing a number of different things. What we'd like to highlight this spring is some of the activity we're doing related to Maui. In response to the wildfires in 2023, we've been able to take the funding and use it in order to create more valued experiences, highlighting areas on Maui that were not impacted by the fires. This in turn allows us to communicate to our residents and our visitors that we are focused on keeping our economy strong and keeping jobs going, shopping local and attending local activities. And so you can look for that. That'll be on the Go Hawaii website under different areas like Go Paia, for example. And we'll be providing curated itineraries for each of these areas for visitors as they come to visit our islands. Another of the assets that we'll be providing is called Malama Maui. We'll be doing shorts that'll be available on social or digital, doing a day in the life in various areas, starting on Maui and moving to the other islands as well. Another asset that we're excited to present is called Travel 808. Travel 808 will be a longer format series of videos. They'll be 4 minutes in length, and we'll start with 7 videos focusing here on activities on Oahu. This will eventually spread out across the rest of the state. It'll be hosted by Iwalani Kuali'i Kaho'ohanohano, as well as Kamakapili, and we'll look at things like shopping, dining, activities, and volunteerism to enrich the visitor experience. The second program that we're working on for Hawaii Tourism Authority is our technical assistance and capacity building programs. There will be 3 different programs that will be foundational technical assistance, provide businesses back-end support to help them scale to the market and better reach our visitors. There will be community-specific stewardship-related opportunities that will empower our communities to address the impacts of tourism and manage sites themselves in the areas that they live. And third, we'll be focusing on creating new visitor experiences. In order to best inform that, right now we're working on a needs assessment. The link on the screen or the QR code on the screen can be utilized to go to the needs assessment and help provide much needed data to help us inform the way in which we develop these programs. The link will be live through March 8th, so we encourage you to share it amongst your friends and family who are participating in small businesses, community organizations, or nonprofit organizations. Our third program is the Quality Assurance Program. This is going to be a large-scale lift, and we're excited to share it with all of you. Over the past 3 months, we've been working with over 100 different professionals and individuals in the industry to help develop a right-sized program that can help evaluate things as large as our hotels and our airlines down to the smallest small business fairly, and also reward some of our better companies that provide value both to our residents as well to our visitors. There will be 3 key components to this program, the first of which is inclusivity. We want as many businesses to be able to participate as possible. We wanted to have a comprehensive evaluation criteria to make sure that we're evaluating deep within each of these companies, and we wanted to make sure that communities were highlighted first. The program will have 6 distinct criteria categories. They are cultural support, environment, equity, safety, community, and the guest experience. This might be one of the broadest certification programs in the world. The certification process will involve 300 yes or no questions to help us evaluate and certify each of the companies that participate. We've collected input from over 100 different organizations and individuals. Our hope for 2024 is to have about an 80% pass rate. Over the last few months, we've done intensive testing to make sure that, again, this program is right-sized no matter what size the business and no matter how experienced they are. We look forward to announcing the program in May and launching our first certifications in June. Our goal is to make this as broadly marketed as possible, so we look forward to sharing this with all of you in order to maximize participation. Looking quickly at the timeline, again, with going live in June, over the next few months, we'll be finalizing branding, collateral, and finalizing our criteria and standards. Our fourth program will be a tour guide certification program. We're currently in the process of evaluating the many programs that have been instituted across the state, incorporating, evaluating, and working with those partners to help create a curriculum that the Hawaii Tourism Authority can use to also certify and evaluate our tour guide operators. Last, we wanted to focus on Umeke and community programs and the funding opportunities that Hawaii Tourism Authority has done. This is the greatest way that we can demonstrate to the public in particular how tourism dollars directly impact their favorite community programs. Looking at the overview, we funded over 164 entities with about $7.6 million. And quickly on the screen, we'll be going over a brief overview of upcoming events that you can look forward to. All of these events will be in the calendar on gohawaii.com. That concludes the 5 projects that we're currently working on for the Hawaii Tourism Authority. As one of the newest contractors to be welcomed into this family over the last 6 months, it's been such a great opportunity to learn from so many of you and partner with you. We look forward to doing more of that in the future. If there's any questions we can help answer at the end of the presentation, I'd be happy to do so.
Mahalo nui, Tyler. Go ahead and find your seat. So at this time, we have a wonderful panel. And we kind of went back and forth about how to best do this. But I thought, you know what? Destination stewardship to truly malama our Hawaii is a group effort. It takes everybody. It takes everybody working really closely, working really well together. It takes some planning for the future, listening to community, and at the end of the day, executing the projects that we need to do to take care of our beloved home. So, let's meet our panel. You just heard from Tyler Gomes here. Next to him, Caroline Anderson, HTA veteran, and currently our Director of Planning. She's going to talk to us a little bit later about the destination management action plans that we are wrapping up and what the next phase of that will look like. Next to her, you heard from our newly branded Chief Stewardship Officer, Kalani Ka'ana'ana. And then we have our destination managers from each of the islands. So these fearless leaders of destination management are based on their islands, and they work really hard to implement programs, talk with community, listen to all kinds of folks to help us advance destination management actions. So next to Kalani, very thematic in her island's colors, Miss Patty Ornelas from the island of Kauai. Next to her, Catherine Orleans from the island of Oahu. Next to her, Megan has triple the work, guys, because she has 3 islands, collectively the islands of Maui Nui, Maui, Molokai, and Lanai, the fearless Megan Digaya. And next to her on the far end, from the island of Hawaii, with probably the most square mileage to cover, Rachel Kayama. Aloha nui kākou. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. Maybe let's start with you, Caroline, just to give a big overview of the destination management action plans in a nutshell.
Sure. Am I on?
You are.
Okay. So yeah, we started the process about 4 years ago, and it all was born out of our strategic plan, which called for a focus on destination management. So we developed the each DMAP, Destination Management Action Plan, for each island, which was community-led. Also, we made sure that our visitor industry was involved and other sectors in the development of it.
That was quite a nutshell.
Sorry, did I go too long?
No, that was awesome. So our strategic plan adopted in 2020 recognized that there was a need for more community voice. There was a need for a process to take those community mana'o visions, aspirations for the future of tourism, and turn them into actionable items that the Hawaii Tourism Authority and the rest of our partners could then work toward. And so the Destination Management Action Plans did that. And to manage some of those actions, I'm using a lot of the same words, yeah? Must be almost Paul, this update. To do that, to help be on the ground and implement, we met our destination managers. So just to give an example of the kinds of things they do, maybe we'll start on the far end with Rachel over on Hawaii Island. Tell us about, actually, I'm going to bring up the picture first, and then you can tell us about a project. So, guys, can we bring up the photo on my laptop? Mahalo. Okay, what are we looking at, Rachel?
Thanks, Ili. This particular
picture we're looking at is of the Keaukaha community and the impact tourism is having there. We're seeing just unbelievable numbers of visitors going in that area. We have stewards there working 3 days a week, and it was a county project that we collaborated with, and we, through the help of Hawaii Tourism Authority, came up with a training and cultural programs for these stewards to work together, and the county came up with the contract from HTA, came up with hiring stewards for this areas. But as I was saying, you know, I think the community there is very frustrated with the amount of tourism visitors that's going in that area, and that's residents and Kama'aina. In June, we saw 23,000 visitors in 2023. And so now, you know, we're trying to address some of these issues and problems and working together with the communities. And it's key that we have our relationship with the county as well.
Well, mahalo nui for that. And this would be a good time to recognize Mayor Mitch Roth and his leadership in that aspect. The team at the Department of Research and Development, headed by my good friend Doug Adams, and of course, the inimitable Frecia Ceballos, tourism specialist down there at the department. We work very closely with her. Did I ever tell you that her mom was my first grade teacher?
You did.
Okay, just checking. So that program in Keaukaha, a lot of that was driven by a desire for more data, to understand how many people, kind of at the high tide mark, how many people were visiting some of these beloved beaches in Keaukaha. So that was one project we did with stewards. Let's head down south a little bit. Let's talk about Ka'u. We can take a look at this next photo.
Yeah, these are really exciting time for Hawaii Islands because we're seeing a lot of community come together and say they want to steward the Wahipana, the areas and the Aina. So this particular project, we worked with the nonprofit organization, and these folks came out and said they wanted to be a part of a training program that Hawaii Tourism Authority through the destination management supported. And this just happened about 2 weeks ago where we had a ho'ike, and you know, they had over 17 applicants. They could only take 10 because that's as far as the funding could go. But I think these resident stewards are so excited that they have this newfound love for their Aina, and they're going to be now becoming volunteers for a lot of the nonprofits down there in Ka'u, including Nature Conservancy, Malama Punalu'u. And so we're just excited that now we're seeing community desire to come and say, we want to be stewards of our Aina. And they're the best people to be talking about their Aina because they know the mo'olelos, the stories, and the training was based on culture, conservation, biological understanding of the Aina. So we're just excited about what's going on in Ka'u, and we want to see more of this training happening and occurring throughout the island.
Mahalo, and it's a wonderful template to follow. That one in Ka'u is particularly cool because of just the number of organizations that came together to provide some of that training. Just a really, really wide swath of folks, like you mentioned, from culture to nature to all kind.
Yeah, and you know, there were 4 months of intense training. So they had the kupuna and the kumus of that area, and then also of other cultural areas that came together, and they learned so much about their Aina. So we were so excited to see that happen with the collaborations of the community and the nonprofit organizations.
Oh, that's awesome. Mahalo nui. So one cool thing about the Hawaiian Islands, with the exception of Hilo, anywhere you are on the islands, you can see another island. So from Hawaii Island, let's look over at the east side of Maui. I want to take you to this place first. If we can go to my screen. So this, some people call Venus Ponds. And Venus Ponds sounds very inviting, like you might want to jump in. But if you learn that the Hawaiian name is Waioka, and that is short for Wai'oa'oka, the trembling, the flashing, the rushing, the opening water, perhaps you might think twice before jumping in without a good plan of how you're going to get out. And so to help answer some of that, to help infuse some of that local knowledge that Rachel talked about at a few spots in the East Maui community, Megan, why don't you tell us about the East Maui Tourism Pilot Project?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ilihia. So we recently, just in October, launched our East Maui Tourism Management Pilot Program. And publicly facing, this is known as Malama Maui Hikina, which means taking care of East Maui. And this effort began back in fall of 2022 when we engaged and convened our East Maui Advisory Group, comprised of 25 residents across the 4 moku in East Maui. And they advised on how they would like to see tourism be managed. And as I'm sure you all know, the majority of the hotspots in Maui are along the Hana Highway on the road to Hana. So we really honored the mana'o that was shared by these residents throughout this process of building a relationship with them. And so one of the first things they did was they voted on the top 5 hotspots that were in most need of management and relief. And we then put out an RFP and we're now contracted with 3 East Maui-based organizations who are conducting management at these 5 wahipana. And they're doing it in a variety of ways. So the primary thing, the most public-facing thing that you'll see is 2 stewards at each of these wahipana 7 days a week during peak hours. And they're sharing out cultural orientations, they're conducting protocol, they're walking the land, and they're ensuring visitor safety. They're also, we're also contracting with these organizations to create community-driven messaging. They're gathering visitor data, and they're also conducting 2 resident satisfaction surveys. So one before the stewards launched, and also they'll be doing another one now that the stewards are active at each of the sites, so that we can get a better sense of resident satisfaction and improve mental health.
Oh, mahalo for that. Did our friends in Zoomland see the photos there? Okay, awesome. So yeah, I mean, I was fortunate to have the opportunity to go along with you, Megan, Sherry, your executive director, and a few other folks, Caroline as well, to go see some of these places firsthand before we had the Malama Maui Hikina team stationed, and the need was apparent. You know, I mean, I think a lot of visitors want to do the right thing, but absent the information and the guidance of how to do that, kind of hard. So mahalo nui to you, all the effort you put in. I know you worked really, really hard on this. It was really complicated, right? Because we're not talking about stewarding a park under one jurisdiction. This is a road with multiple landowners and all kinds of complications. So mahalo to you. And if any of you are watching from Malama Maui Hikina, mahalo nui to all of you for your commitment to staying the course, to getting this rolling. Mahalo nui. Now, every island's different. Every island has different challenges. Some islands have a little bit more built infrastructure, and the needs are different. So I want to hop over to you, Kat, to talk about one of your Oahu projects.
Thank you. We were able to work with the county and the community. When I first started, we definitely heard loud and clear from the community that Koko Head District Park and the community surrounding us was heavily impacted by that location, the Koko Head Tramway hike. It's very popular in social media. It's also about the 2nd most popular hike on island, second to Le'ahi. So it was a priority for us and the county DPR to come up with a solution for that location. It's very popular during sunrise hikes because of the beautiful sunrise views you get from the east side of Oahu. So the issue with this location and the congestion that was caused in the community was the park hours were open, but the gate wasn't being open at that same time. So it forced visitors from all over to just park where parking was available, street parking. Unfortunately, that caused driveways to be blocked, loud noise at 3 a.m. when you're in the middle of your sleep. So mental health for that community was also being very impacted. We collaborated, came up with this great idea of an automated lock that would open the gate at a certain time of the day. and allow people to go in and park instead of impacting the neighborhood. So it was a great solution we came up with, and I just want to preface it with that it did take a long process of going through the county council, parks department, committee, all of that. So even though it was a great solution, it did take a lot of time and patience to get it implemented.
Well, mahalo for that. And this is a good opportunity to send our aloha to Mayor Rick Blangiardi, Council Chair Tommy Waters, who that's his district, as well as leadership at the Parks Department for working so closely with us. I know there were certain members of that nearby community that kept us very much apprised every step of the way. So mahalo to you for that. Some of that congestion was parking related, right? So I think on Oahu, a lot of the challenges seem to be related, maybe less the visitor people, more the visitor vehicles in terms of parking and congestion like that. So I know you did some work in trying to get visitors out of vehicles, providing alternate opportunities for them to get around. Can you talk to us a little?
Yes, another project with the county and DTS was during the pandemic. Things have changed, lots of updates to the public transportation system. We now have a rail on Oahu. So Conversations was just about education for visitors, and as a fly-in destination, our community wanted to see visitors try to reduce or net their carbon footprint while they're on island. So one way, is to think about how you're getting around. Are you able to sacrifice a few days of your rental car and just use it when you need to go across the island, that type of thing? For Oahu, we have a diverse multimodal transportation system of public and private transportation options, and we have a lot of visitors also with disabilities. So we wanted to refresh all the information on the website and make sure we're providing that to visitors. There's a visitor pass for the handy van as well that people may not have known about, but we're trying to educate and get them to think about how they can reduce their footprint, but also reduce congestion on our island, especially in hotspot areas like North Shore, for example. Our residents take 30 minutes to half hour to go down the road to the grocery store on the weekend. So we're also providing messaging about visiting on a weekday versus a weekend, that type of thing.
Mahalo. And that photo that we had up, that's from a blessing of, I hope I get this right, the first
in the nation,
fully electric motor coaches in the nation to be used for tours. And those were purchased with a partnership between the private sector, Roberts Hawaii, and our sister agency at the Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism, the Hawaii State Energy Office. They had some funds from a settlement to invest in zero emissions vehicles. So that's an exciting opportunity to have to showcase so folks can experience what some of these zero emission transportation options look and feel like, and perhaps return that ethic to their home. Mahalo nui, Kat, for all of your work. And now we're going to hop one more island. Hele on to Kauai, as it were.
Hele on to Kauai.
And not only are we going to hele on to Kauai, we're going to go all the way to the end of the road.
Okay.
Because when we talk about destination management, especially when we talk about community-based destination management, so many communities look to Ha'ena as an example. And that was a community-led effort. HTA was proud to be involved in that as a way of sharing their learnings with communities across the islands who hope to do this at some point. We were able to fund, help support the publication that they did. But tell us a little bit about Ha'ena.
So, Ha'ena is such a beautiful location, and for both visitors as well as our residents. And it came to a point where the visitors were taking it over and our residents weren't able to enjoy it. So this isn't just a few years type of project. It kind of extended for over a long time of period. And, not thanks to Mother Nature, but thanks to Mother Nature for the landslide, which actually closed that area off. We were able to rebuild, refresh, and just kind of make it in the image of what we would hope that we could have the community and the visitors have a balance. And when they built out that area, it is such a great opportunity. As you mentioned, it's community-led, the hui o maka'inana o makana. You know, they have such a handhold on that. They're there to educate, they're there to share mana'o, they're there to greet. It's such a wonderful experience now for all of us. You know, there's lo'i growing, it's very sustainable. And it just kind of shows the regenerative opportunities that are out there that our communities can be a part of, as well as having our visitors come and be a part of that opportunity as well. Such a great opportunity.
Mahalo nui for that. So some of the photos I showed, that was Hui Maka'inana Makana and some of their partners, folks in the Hanalei Initiative, at a bill signing that was held in Ha'ena. To the best of my knowledge, the first bill signed there.
Correct, yes.
And that was a bill. Governor Josh Green, you see him there signing it into law, along with Representative Nadine Nakamura, who not only represents the area, but was at the core of this effort to enact this community-based destination management. Senator Lorraine Inouye there as well. And so that bill releases some of the restraints on other communities doing that kind of stewardship in other state parks. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, and I just want to say that there are so many other stakeholders. You know, Sue Kanoho, our executive director, was such a tremendous part of that that hui to move it forward to what it is now. So many people that we can mahalo, and that's really what it is. It's we mahalo our stakeholders, which are our community members and our visitor industry members, to really make it such a success that it is now.
Mahalo. And just touching real quick on some of the other work you did, you wanted to talk about some of the education efforts on Kauai.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, obviously you can tell I like to talk story. Sukanoho, our ED, she likes to talk story too. So our efforts of communication is constant. It was, is, and will always be first and foremost at the top of our minds. So what we've done is through our communication efforts, such as our Malama Kauai videos, which is our grassroots efforts of sharing and perpetuating our culture and our heritage. We have the videos, we have PSAs called Mana'o Moments that ran on our local radio station that shared tidbits about Destination Management Action Plan. And then we also partnered with Hai Now. We did a few featurettes with them, which were really happy because it wasn't only for our island, like our sister islands. Ohana, they're like, oh my gosh, I saw Auntie Patty on TV. You know, it's that way. And they're like, what is it? What is DMAP? What is destination management about? So that gave us an opportunity to continue to have that kind of communication, share more about it. And it is continuous. It's in perpetuity because we want everybody to kind of get on board, know about it, because despite what everybody may think, there is a larger audience that doesn't know what DMAP is. And that's what our efforts on Kauai is to try to help and push that messaging forward.
Mahalo nui for that.
Mahalo.
I'm going to stay in destination management land for a little bit. Maybe let's jump to you, Megan, for this one. How do we know that these destination management efforts are working?
It's a really good question because this is really deep historic work that we're doing, and the solutions I don't think will arise overnight, as each destination manager has alluded to. It takes time, but I believe we're already starting to see successes with the Malama Maui Hikina program in a few primary ways. So one, we've been able to ensure increased visitor safety, and I'll share a little bit about that. Another is, so I'll start speaking about that now. So with increased visitor safety, we're able to, with these stewards at these different locations, for example, the stewards at Waioka, they're not only informing visitors about code of conduct and how to behave when they're at Waioka, but they're also watching the mountain to watch for flash floods, which they can see is coming down. So then they inform visitors upon arrival that if they hear an alarm sound, that they're to evacuate the pond. So I've asked the stewards, do the visitors register this? And they say they absolutely can see it in their eyes, that they recognize the seriousness of the situation. So Another example is Naili LA, where visitor injuries occur on a monthly basis there, according to the fire department. And so with the stewards being able to uphold and enforce the no parking signs that the county put in with delineator cones, they're able to prevent trespassing at this private property, and there hasn't been one visitor industry at this spot. Another thing I would say is just through improved visitor experience by being able to learn about these places. At South Wailua Falls, for example, they have as many as 4 stewards at the site just to manage all the congestion in this tight little area. So by being able to manage the traffic flow, visitors have a better experience. All the visitors' answers can be or questions rather, can be answered by the stewards, and it's just a better experience for everybody. I think just an anecdotal way we can see success is from me being out there evaluating the programs. Every local resident that drives by honks their horns, throws shakas in appreciation. They're bringing the stewards banana bread. So I think through this improved visitor experience, this improved resident experience, we can see these markers of success.
Mahalo for that. And if we can jump back to my computer real quick. So that shot is the South Wailua Falls that Megan mentioned. And when we went on our visit ahead of this program, getting started, the congestion was unreal because that little 1-lane bridge is one of the few ways that folks can get in and out of a big chunk of East Maui. School buses, ambulances, fire trucks, police cars, along with all the visitors and along with all the residents. And so some management to tell folks messages as simple as, no stand in the middle of the road, right? Simple things like that. The stewards have really made an impact there. So mahalo for sharing that. Maybe, I don't know, Kat, you have some thoughts you want to share on how do we know if it's working?
Yes, so my hotspot of Le'ahi is a great example. Right out of the pandemic, visitors were coming. There was a pause in marketing. And from what I heard from the location, some of the workers from DLNR there, it was like a mosh pit in the crater at times. And that's not a great visitor experience either. So they implemented, DLNR State Parks implemented a reservation system to help spread the demand out throughout the day. And we were able to support from a management perspective and help get the message out. All the GMTs also helped with that. But on island, we helped to fund Waze notifications on the navigation app, not just within the vicinity of Le'ahi, but if visitors were staying in North Shore, Turtle Bay, or in Ko'olina, Alani, for example, they would be pinged as soon as they jump in their car and turn on their app. So we didn't want visitors coming all the way into town and then realizing there's a reservation system when it was first launched. So we strategically placed those messaging around the island and made sure that we helped support that effort by DLNR. And overall, there's a much better experience for residents and visitors when they go to visit Le'ahi.
Mahalo nui for that. So we hear a lot about destination management. We hear a lot about the destination management action plans. How does that fit into this broader idea of destination stewardship? There are some programs that the Hawaii Tourism Authority had been doing for a while before the term destination management entered everyone's vocabulary. Things like our community programs, things like our safety and security programs. So, Kalani, maybe I'll start with you, and you can tag Tyler in if you'd like. But where does destination management fit into this broader universe of destination stewardship?
Yeah, I think, thanks for the question. The work you've heard described in management truly is an embodiment of that, right? It's an active process. It's not just passive ways of trying to respond to tourism issues in certain locations. So when I think about destination stewardship, it really is this idea of how do we care for our home? How do we protect the things that make it what it is? And at the end of it, I think, to the second question about how do we know it's working? I think we know destination stewardship is working when we see an improvement in our quality of life. And so when we think about those questions about, well, why do we do tourism? What impacts does it have? What does that look like? I think that's how we know. And so those two things, I think, really go hand in hand. And so you mentioned some of the stewardship activities. VASH, many of you guys know the Visitor Aloha Society of Hawaii, is a good example of a safety and security program that we do to take care of visitors when the worst things happen while they're here in the islands. It really is an embodiment of aloha and the brand promise that we make across the state. And so it's a good example of that. And it's not done alone. It's done by a dedicated group of volunteers and industry businesses who donate rooms in kind, all kinds of ways to make sure that when the worst things could happen, that people are taken care of. I think about our programs like our Ho'oilina Scholarship Program that we partner with UH, community colleges, HLTA, and others, and really trying to invest in the future of our workforce and making sure that our youth are inspired to join an amazing industry, right? We have this wonderful gift to share Hawaii with the world. And there are so many fields you can work in, whether it's the marketing side, whether it's frontline, whether you're in a kitchen, whether you like marketing. Shoot, if you're in IT, you're an accountant, whatever it may be, there's a place for everyone in the visitor industry. And so how do we inspire our youth to get engaged in this industry is another example. I also think about some of our work in Hawaiian culture. And how do we perpetuate something that makes Hawaii unique as a visitor destination? And so our programs like our Hawaiian Culture Initiative that we work with and partner with a number of organizations on help us to do that. I think about our natural resource programs and our sustainability programs. They've evolved over time. We've had long-standing partnerships with organizations like the Sustainable Tourism Association of Hawaii. I'm thinking about NAHA and folks like that. And how do they transition into some of the work that Kilohana is doing in terms of our quality assurance program and our tour guide certification curriculum updates. And so across the board, I think stewardship encompasses a lot of that, in addition to the very specific management activities that happen as part of DMAPS.
Mahalo nui for that, Kalani. I wanted to jump back to one thing you said. You talked about the Hawaiian Cultural Initiative and some of the things around that. Long before you were Chief Stewardship Officer, long before you were Chief Brand Officer, once upon a time, you were Director of Hawaiian Cultural Affairs, which then grew as our understanding of the relationships between these things grew to Director of Hawaiian Cultural Affairs and Natural Resources. And I just want to really underscore the point that work, right, our commitment to Hawaiian cultural authenticity is not something siloed in a stewardship division. It's not something, it's not something that doesn't touch anything else, right? It reaches across all of our efforts. When we think about the Ma'ema'e Toolkit and the guidance that provides to not only our team, but to folks anywhere in the industry, to the media who want to talk about the Hawaiian Islands, it helps offer a guide to them. Ma'ema'e Toolkit, by the way, also available in Japanese, which is pretty amazing. So mahalo to the Hawaii Tourism Japan team for doing that. But I wanted to real quickly jump to this photo on my laptop. So this is an award that our team received for some updates to the GoHawaii.com website, that official travel site for the Hawaiian Islands. And the project was making sure that we present all the Hawaiian words with the modern orthography, the Okina and the Kahako, that help folks interpret, understand, and pronounce these Hawaiian words, Hawaiian place names correctly. This was a big lift. And I really want to thank the Hawaii Tourism Global Support Team. Miles Partnership is one of our partners for that website. And of course, our team here. But the folks pictured here are, I guess you could call them our internal cultural committee. And again, that competency ranges from the Chief Stewardship Officer to our research division, to our board vice chair, president and CEO, senior brand manager, stewardship manager, and myself as public affairs officer. So when we talk about that commitment to authentic Hawaiian culture, it really spans everything. So I want to mahalo you, Kalani, for your work throughout your tenure here, the work of your predecessor, the first ever director of Hawaiian Cultural Affairs, Kili'i Wilson, and kind of that long arc of ensuring that culture is represented and portrayed appropriately in the work that we do. And now we have our newest partner, our newest star in our constellation, the newest member of the Ohana, Mr. Tyler Iokepa Gomes, and his team over at Kilohana that continue that commitment, that continue to partner with all those community organizations. I want to talk a little bit about Umeke real quick. We have about 15 minutes left. So I want to talk about Umeke. What are some of the perhaps unexpected projects or initiatives that we partner with through Umeke that help Hawaii as a whole?
Thanks for calling me a star. Accurate.
To be clear, Kilohana is the star. You're in the mix. Continue.
So for those who don't know, Umeke, it was the newly created portal that we helped build for HTA in order to administer the community programs. This is the first time that all 6 of those programs are administered in one place. I think I talked about it a little in my presentation, $7.6 million, 164 awardees. But I think what's really interesting is there were over 300 applicants, which means nearly half had to be told we have no money to give you. In terms of, surprising events, I think what might be surprising to me was there were not a wealth of some of the more regenerative programs that we were hoping to see. Volunteerism, for example, we were only able to make 1 award, so we'd love to see more diverse applications. Obviously, there are some mainstay events that these awards support and provide funding for, but we'd love to see through technical assistance building it out so that we can have stronger applications from a wider array of applicants. I think if I could just send a call to action out to the audience that's watching, right? The stewardship work we're doing is only as good as the resources we have available. And so just at a really high level for community funding, we've got a little less than $12 million to give out over the course of this 2-year contract. We gave out $7.6 million this year, which means there's less than $5 million to go out next year. And the only way to increase that is for us all to be unified in our message to our policymakers and our legislators that dedicated funding, especially in the area of supporting community programs, is one of the best ways that tourism supports our communities, and there isn't enough to go around. You can't imagine how difficult it was to tell established programs this year, we don't have enough money to give you as you've given in years past. That's jeopardized some programs because they count on that regular funding. So if those who are watching can join us in making this repeated ask, we need funds to support these programs, and it's simply not enough.
Mahalo nui for that. You touched on a really important point, right? That this is a way for tourism to directly reinvest in community. And I'd like to also underscore the point that when we talk about our community programs, these aren't just money gives, right? A lot of these community programs are working hand in hand with the Kilohana team, with our team, with our destination managers, to really grow these solid community experiences that are also tourism product, right? When we think about some of the festivals that we're able to partner on, right? Merry Monarch Festival being one top of mind example, because I'm really excited it's coming up soon. We think about how much that means to Kama'aina and how much that means to those visitors who get that opportunity to come. And we think about what that does for local entrepreneurs. Think of all the fashion designers who got their start at those craft fairs, all the different artisans, right? So when we talk about community programs, this isn't just writing a check. This is wraparound services. This is working closely on developing these products, developing these experiences for the benefit of all involved, especially our community. So mahalo to you and your team for all of that hard work on Umeke and sharing the community programs. Mahalo nui. I did want to jump back to you, Kalani, real quick. One of those programs awarded through our community program is coming up in June. And I have a quick video to play. It's about 1.5 minutes. So if you guys can take my laptop real quick, let's take a look and then you can talk about it. So Kalani, we're looking at a promo here for the Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture. It's coming up in June. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, we're really excited. Hawaii is hosting the 13th Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture here at the Hawaii Convention Center from June 6th to the 16th. It's a really important festival within the region. We'll be welcoming 28 different countries and their delegations, which represent the best of cultural practice. Some have described the festival as APEC meets Merry Monarch, as a way to think about it, but really it's held every 4 years in a different Pacific Island country. This is the first time Hawaii is hosting since its inception in 1972 when it was held in Suva, Fiji. Again, I think for me, the opportunity for us in Hawaii to host a festival, an international festival of importance this big is really exciting for us. I also think that the festival and its theme, Ho'olulahui, or Regenerating Oceania, which came from the time during the pandemic, we were originally supposed to host in 2020 and ended up having to postpone the festival a full 4-year cycle till this year. And the pandemic really made all of us sort of pause and kind of rethink not only our work in tourism, but also in culture and practice. And so what did that mean? And so the theme really is embodying Kalakaua's sort of admonition at the time to Ho'olulahui Hawaii to increase the nation, because at that time people were passing away and it was a concern. And so in a similar time and in a similar concept for us during the pandemic, it was how do we support one another? What role does culture play in regenerating us after something so big like the pandemic? And what role does culture play for all of us and all the work that we do more broadly? And so the festival will feature everything from fashion, pottery, photography, carving, weaving, traditional dance, modern dance, you name it, it's probably represented within this festival. Featherwork, couple making, it's all there. And like I said, it's really the best of the best. And so these countries hold these competitions or these calls for artisans to participate and really raise the caliber of these cultural practices. I think another thing is that those cultural practitioners, the best of the best from around the region, get time to talk to one another and improve and see how they do their practices and share their tips and tricks. And so there's this exciting sort of weaving that happens throughout the festival. And then I think finally, the festival helps us bring our community together. We've been through a lot. Lahaina and the wildfires have been a lot. And so this festival hopefully can highlight our culture and how it sustains us through those hard times. And so the festival will bring us together in that way. And so we're really excited to host, and it'll probably be the last time we host in another 50 or 60-year cycle. And so it's really once in a generation, and we'd love for everyone to come out to the convention center. All of the activities are free and open to the public. Some venues, because of size, will have like an Eventbrite link where you can register for a space, but it'll be free. And so we're really excited.
Well, mahalo nui for that. In addition to being our Chief Stewardship Officer, Kalani is also chair of the commission, the state commission that's overseeing and putting on the festival. He had a lot more hair when he started this journey. So Kalani, mahalo nui to you for all of your dedication and work. So we've heard a bunch, right? We've heard about efforts in our very rural communities. We've heard about the premier gathering of Pacific Island cultural practitioners coming here to the convention center in the most urban part of Hawaii. We've heard about our work to reach deeply into communities, to help them, to help support some of those efforts, to develop the infrastructure, to develop some of the programs to really ensure that tourism's benefits flow to all members of our community. Core to those efforts is planning. And so at this time, I want to ask our Director of Planning, Caroline Anderson, you described the DMAP process. You described kind of the length of time. Those plans, as originally made, are coming to an end now. So what's our next step for DMAPs?
Sure. So our next steps are we're going to be evaluating each of the DMAPs to see, what were the outcomes of our activities. And I wanted to thank not only our destination managers, but also our other government agencies, the visitor industry, who also partnered with us in activities that, we might not necessarily have highlighted here, but there was so much that went into moving these plans. So we will be doing an evaluation, and from that, begin our next planning process of the DMAPs and looking to wrap up the DMAPs towards the second half of 2024. And looking forward to continued collaboration with community, industry, and other sectors on this endeavor.
Well, mahalo nui for that. And to stay in touch, to keep getting updates with all the latest from the Hawaii Tourism Authority, make sure you sign up for our email list at hawaiitourismauthority.org. I know many of you have already done so, but to keep up with the latest, again, the best way is to sign up for that. Follow us on your favorite social platform. We are now on Facebook and Instagram and X and Threads and LinkedIn. So lots of ways to come check out the work that we're doing. There's one event that I do want to talk about before we close out today. You know, this is Spring Tourism Week for us. We started on Sunday with the Talk Story show. McKenna Maduli hosted us on Hawaii News Now, and we talked about the Makakau Maui effort to support our ohana on Maui who want to get back to work. It went Monday and Tuesday with meetings with our team here, our global team, many of whom you met, as well as our industry partners. Today, Wednesday, our spring tourism update. Tomorrow, there are some activities for the team. And on Friday, if we can roll some of that B-roll, on Friday, we have Tourism Day at the Hawaii State Capitol. So Tourism Day at the Hawaii State Capitol is an annual event. This is the 7th annual Tourism Day at the Capitol. We're going to have, it's going to be trade show style, so exhibitor booths from everybody. It's a partnership between us, the Hawaii Lodging and Tourism Association, Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau, and a number of other partners, Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, Kilohana, Native Hawaiian Hospitality Association. And so everyone will be sharing with our lawmakers, sharing with the public about tourism. And so that's open, free to the public. Friday at the Hawaii State Capitol from 9 to 12. Please come down. We'll all be there. And so from all of us, collectively, the Hawaii Tourism Authority team, we have our global marketing team members, we have our destination managers, we have right here, you know, just, this isn't the whole team. This is who's still here. But we have the executive directors from our island chapters, the Island Visitors Bureau on each island, as well as the managing director of those chapters. Now, we have a number of leaders here working for Hawaii across the globe and across Hawaii. This is a really impressive team. I'm so proud to work with each and every one of you under the leadership of our leaders who you heard from at the top of the morning. You heard the presentations. You heard the questions answered. I certainly want to mahalo each and every one of you for the heart, for the soul, for all the energy that you bring to the work that you do representing the Hawaiian Islands in your market, working for Hawaii here in our communities, deep in our communities. And I just really want to thank all of you for that. Since we're on the topic of thank yous, I want to thank the Olelo crew who made today possible. It looks awesome. As well as the projection crew from the Hawaii Convention Center, my team from Anthology Finn Partners Group way in the back, the whole team at the Convention Center, from the food to the furniture to the palm tree department. Everybody here has been amazing. It's truly a world-class facility to host events. Come on by, check them out. But this is your team. This team is working on behalf of our community, working on behalf of our industry, and working on behalf of the over 200,000 people who count on the visitor industry for their livelihood to support their families. And so to all of you, I want to say mahalo. And with that, we're concluding the 2024 Hawaii Tourism Authority Spring Tourism Update. Mahalo nui for joining us. Aloha.